Alright, finally. Hello my little beauties and welcome to today's live stream. I'm happy to make this one public, you know, it's going to be just a few hours and I'm going to be doing a wee bit of work on the Trongate framework. There are one or two bits of pieces that I think are in need of a wee bit of attention, you know. So sometimes it's nice just to spend some time going over things and kind of just making sure everything's okay, you know. And that is exactly what we're going to do. Now I've got my new business partner here. And I'm really loving this thing. I'm really loving this thing. So, would you like to code? Then let's code. Now, give me just a second to get my act together. Okay. I think that's us. Something like that. Okay, so here we go then. So let's do a wee bit of work on Trongate and we're going to see how we get on, okay? Now I'll start this one off by opening up the Trongate desktop app. And I'm going to get a hold of the latest version. I'll call it Demo 2. Because I already have a demo, you know, somewhere. So, this goes here. We're going to generate. Alright, so there we go. It's a brand new Trongate app and we're just going to do a few bits and pieces and basically just make sure that everything is working, you know. So, let's have a wee look at this. It's called Demo 2. I'm going to add in a little junk folder as is the tradition around here. And maybe a little todo.php file. Alright, now before I do anything, I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to navigate into that folder. So there it is right there. No, it's not. Maybe not. Ah, there it is right there. So I'll do a little git init thing, you know, and then git add all, then git commit. Here we go. I always like to do meaningful commit titles, you know. Alright. So that's that. Now, let's kick this one off by creating a new module. And we'll do the most basic one possible, a task manager. And all we're going to have is a little task title. Doesn't get much more simple than that, folks. Okay, so there it is. Now, if we have a quick look at this thing, here's what it's given us. No surprises really. I could maybe add a little autocomplete is assigned to off. So if I just click here and say a little task, there you go. Alright, so far so good, right? Now I'm going to create a new module. I'm going to browse the module market. And I'm going to get this simple members thing here. I'm going to run the module import wizard. And there you go. Okay, so now we've got an app with a members section. Now let me head into this welcome thing here. I'm going to say data, view module is welcome, data, view file is welcome. This time we're going to load up a template. Okay, so we'll just take this contents here and kind of simplify it. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we've got a nice wee home page, right? Now, let's go into this welcome thing. And we're going to do a couple of buttons here. The first one is going to be a little link to a login page. Now, this is going to have a class of button, so it's going to look like a button. Then we'll do one more. We'll make it so that this one takes us to a kind of join page. We'll give this one a class of button alt. So as you can see, we've now got two buttons on this. If we hit login, takes us here. Something like that. And if we hit sign up, it takes us here. Now, let's go to the... Now hold on a minute. There we go. So let's take a wee trip to the members controller here. And you can see we've got force double opt-in false. That's good. I'm going to also just quickly take a look at this join page here. Okay, so for these attributes, I'm going to say autocomplete is off. That's us. So now we'll create an account. Okay. Alright. So there's an account created, right? Now, there's a couple of things about this that are kind of a concern. Now, in order to show you this, maybe I should just log out first. So let's just go to members, log out, head back to the home page. So I'm going to sign up again. This time I'm going to I'm going to sign up with a different account. Okay, so there is a second account. Now let's imagine that Rambo here tried to change the username to Davcon. At least one of the fields that you submitted is not available. Well, okay, so I'm going to add a class in here of highlight errors. Well, that's interesting. Highlight errors does nothing at all. Alright, doesn't really matter. Let me go here. I'm going to echo validation errors username. Ah, there you go. So now I'm going to echo validation errors first name. Last name. And email address. I'm not really doing this particularly purposefully, you know, but if we do something like this, you'll see that that's now looking pretty darn good. Now, let's imagine they say DAVCon and we submit, right? Now right away I can see that that's switching to Rambo. That's a problem. So I'm basically just looking around and trying to break this thing, you know? Now suppose we went like this. DAVCon with a space. Suppose we went okay, that actually looks kind of good. Now I'm going to try something else. I'm going to say rock and roll, and I'm going to use HTML characters. Right, this is seriously broken. That is seriously broken. Wow, what a mistake. Okay. It's totally knackered, isn't it? Well, I'm glad that I checked it. That's why we're here. Stefan is here. How you doing, Stefan? And Kyle T. Welcome, folks. Welcome. Very nice to see you. Very nice to see you. So I'm just looking over this framework thing. It has been a while, and I have to tell you that it's quite embarrassing so far, because there's mistakes all over this thing. And do you know what I'm going to do? That's right. I'm going to rewrite the darn thing. Because I'm sure there's a couple of things that I would do slightly differently these days, you know? So let's see if we can make this happen. Alright, let's have a look at the members database table as a start point here. So we're talking about the site demo 2. This is called members, of course. I'm going to just look at the structure. I can see we've got URL string, username, first name, last name, email address, date joined. We've got a member code. I might make that 32, I don't know. 16's alright, I suppose. We've got a password, num logins, last login, Trongate user ID. Okay, now I'd like to look at how this encrypts stuff. Do we have an encrypt thing? I don't think we have. So let's try a wee experiment here. I'm going to call up my new business partner. I wonder if you've met my new business partner yet. And I'm going to say, please write a PHP function that, a PHP class with 2 methods. One for encrypting a string, and a second method for decrypting a string. Now just watch this, it'll blow your mind. Certainly, here's a PHP class with 2 methods for encrypting a string. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. Isn't that incredible, folks? Yes, it is. So isn't that amazing? It's just absolutely incredible. And the way things are, I'm probably going to be just using this all the time. This is my new workflow, you know. I mean, why not? Why not, you know? So let's just say encryption. We're going to say new folder, controllers. Let's just have a new file called encryption. Encryption.php. So we're going to just say class encryption extends Trongate. And Trongate, my friends, is officially the only PHP framework that gets partly written by AI. Now, I'm going to ask what would be examples of acceptable values for key and IV. It should be a secret string. It's important to choose a string unique, blah, 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 blah. Ideally the key 30 characters long, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so there you go. The IV vector is a vector to use to ensure that the same plain text does not produce the same type of text. It should also be a random string that's at least 16. Okay, cool. So there you go, right? So what we can do is we'll add in a little function. Let's call generate Alright, so this is going to use this to generate a random key and IV. So let's just do that, right? So we're scrolling up here. We'll just go something like that. Something like that. And then I'm just going to echo key. Maybe do a little form input, why not? So if I now go to encryption, I'll call it get started. Oh, it's demo 2. That's what it is. Whoa. Well, that certainly looks a bit weird, doesn't it? That's the weirdest damn thing I've ever seen. Jeez. Let me have a word with my business partner about this. Ha ha ha! Okay, this is perfect. Just look at this. Isn't that amazing? Alright, so we are going to go with the hexadecimal version. Okay, so let's just figure this one out. There we go. Pretty cool, right? Now what we can also do here is we could say something like if env is equivalent to dev, then we go like this. Now, I'm going to say there you go, right? So there's our starter code. Now, I don't like these public things. I think life is complicated enough. So I'm going to just get rid of these. And that is a fabulous little encryption thing here. All ready to go, you know. So if we're not in dev mode, we can just do something like that. Okay, so let me demonstrate this little class that we've just made here. I'll go back to this members thing. I wonder if you can hear me all right. Oh yeah, it's absolutely amazing, Kyle, isn't it? It's incredible. It's like having an assistant, you know? It really is, and it's changed the way I work. I've used it so many times. So I'm going to demonstrate this. This is the kind of thing that I would previously have paid somebody a couple of £100 to do, you know. So I'll say that the string is hello, and we'll echo the string, right? And then I'm going to say this module encryption, and I'm going to say enc string is this encryption. Now we're going to call upon a little thing called underscore encrypt. That's underscore encrypt, right? We'll make this have an underscore decrypt as well. So check it out, underscore encrypt string, and we're going to echo enc string like this and do a little HR. So have a look at this. If we go back to members, oh no, hang on a second. I will, of course, have to add in these values here. So let me do that. I think that you'll remember my business partner was saying earlier on that the IV thing can be 16 characters. So let's just have a little bit of respect for that suggestion. And we're going to go like that. Pretty cool, isn't it? So you just run this thing. It says def. That's a bit negative. Why do I get superstitious about these random strings? Alright, so here we go, right? So the key is going to be that. Okay, and then the IV is going to be that. There you go, right? Now back over to members. If we now go to members/test, look at that. It's encrypting the thing. Here's where it gets really cool. If we want to go back to the original string, we run encryption and then we run decrypt. It's as simple as that. Decrypt, and we pass in our encrypted string. And won't you believe it? It's now just gone full circle. So there's a beautiful wee encryption module. Absolutely does the job brilliantly. Okay. Okay. So I'll just say run or use get started, the get started method, to generate your own unique key in IV. Well, there it is right there, okay? So that is it. Now, isn't it nice when life is kind of easy? I think it is. So I'm going to add this module to the module market. I'm going to do it right now. So here's the module market. I don't think we've got an encryption thing yet. It's about time we had one. Aye, we've not got one yet. So, shall we dance? Okay. So let's do this. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take hang on a minute, forgive me folks, I'm a bit rusty. Okay, so we're talking about demo 2. We're going to go into modules. Here's our encryption module. So I'm going to just quickly have a look at it. Yeah, everything looks fine. So let me just go like this, and I'm going to compress this. There it is right there. In fact, I can even chuck it on the desktop here. Alright. And now I'm going to add that to the Trongate module market. It's the easiest thing ever. So all you do is you make sure you've logged in, and then you go to your account, your uploaded items. I'm going to say submit new item, and we'll just say I have all the required items. Let's do this. So the item module is going to be called Encryption. I want to just make absolute sure I'm spelling this right. It's kind of one of those words that's prone to typos, you know. Now this is a module. I'll call it v1.0.0. Price, no charge. Here's a simple module that lets you easily encrypt and decrypt strings. The entire module is contained within a folder named Encryption. It has 3 to get started with this. You'll need to generate your own unique variables, starter variables, namely key and IV. Don't worry, the module comes with a handy get started method that takes care of this for you. Simply run the get started method. Now that is actually lines 5 and 6 that this is referring to. So simply run the get started method and fill out lines 5 and 6 with the 2 random strings that are generated for you. Alright, so let me just do a wee bit of proofreading here, if I may.
The entire module is contained within a folder named Encryption. To get started with this, you will need to generate your own unique starter variables, namely $key and $IV. Don't worry, it's easy. To get started, run the get started method, then fill out lines 5 and 6 of Encryption PHP with the 2 random strings that are generated for you.
Okay. Okay, that'll do. Let me read that again.
To use this module, you'll perform a quick setup by declaring your own unique starter variables, namely $key and $IV. Don't worry, it's easy. To get started, run the get started. To use this module, you'll need to perform a quick setup by declaring your own unique starter variables, namely $key and $IV. Don't worry, it's easy. To get started, run the get started method, then fill out lines 5 and 6 of encryption PHP with the 2 random strings that are generated for you.
I just have such a problem with this word encrypt. I don't know why. So to encrypt a string, simply pass your string into the encrypt method. The value returned will be an encrypted version of your string. To decrypt a string, pass your encrypted string into the decrypt method. The value returned will be your original unencrypted string. If you have any questions about this or require any assistance, please go to the help bar at. So let's give them a wee link to the help bar. I told you this was easy, right? Now let's do a wee quick proof read.
Here's a simple module that lets you easily encrypt and decrypt strings. The entire module is contained within a folder named Encryption. To use this module, you will need to perform a quick setup by declaring your own unique starter variables, namely $key and $IV. Don't worry, it's easy. To get started, run the get started method, then fill out lines 5 and 6 of encryption PHP with the 2 random strings that are generated for you. Once you have declared your $key and $IV variables, then you're good to go. To encrypt a string, simply pass your string into the encrypt method. The value returned will be an encrypted version of your string. To decrypt a string, pass your encrypted string into the decrypt method. The value returned will be your original, unencrypted string. If you have any questions about this or require any assistance, please go to the help bar at http://
So there we go. There's our little thing. I'm going to submit that. So I'm not going to have a video for this one because it's really easy, and we'll continue without a video. Now we're going to get an icon. Luckily, we do have an icon generator here that's free, and the link is provided. Would you allow me just a little minute to be paranoid? Alright. So here we are. I'm logged in and let's create an icon, right? So we're looking for an icon here for encryption, right? So in something like encrypt related icons. Not seeing too much here. So let's ask my business partner, what is considered to be a good icon picture for encrypt? A good icon would be a padlock, as these are both perfect. Why did I not think of that? I mean, it's just so good, isn't it? It's so good. So let's find a nice padlock. I'll zoom you in here. So here's a whole bunch of padlocks that we can use for sure. They're all quite good. I think I'll go with this one here. Okay, now I'm going to make the size as big as I possibly can here. If you look, we want it 256 by 256. So I'm going to just say size 256. And you can see that that has happened. Now I'm going to just have a super quick look at the modules here. I like to look at the colours that we've got and see if we're missing anything. So I'm seeing a bit of green, I'm seeing a bit of blue, a wee bit of yellow, a wee bit of purple. I think we could do with some red, maybe. That might be good. Yeah, I think that would be good. Now, is that somebody with the same icon? Let me just check. No, it's different. Okay, I'm going to make this a really deep red colour. Now, there you go. That's kind of good, right? I'm going to flip this so that the light's coming from upstairs. Come on, rotate, you swine, rotate. I cannot rotate this to save my life. That's good. I like that, right? So you can see that we do all of that. Now, so I'm going to take a wee trip to Photopia. And would you give me just a wee second here? All right. So here we are. Now, to get started, I'll just trim this thing down. Then I'm going to get this magic wand here. I'll bring the tolerance up to about 90. And then I'm selecting and I'm going to say select, inverse, copy, paste. And now it's perfect. Next, I'm going to have a fixed size, which is going to be 256 by 256. It's not entirely mission critical that it fits in perfectly, by the way, but it would be nice if it did, you know. Doesn't have to, though. Okay. There we go. So that is our encryption icon. I'm going to export this as a PNG. I saw my address coming up there again. This is the thing with these darn pop-ups. Geez, give me a wee second here. Alright, you never missed much there. So, we're in pretty good shape. The only thing is that I did change this bit, so it now says lines 5 and 6, you know. So in the strictest of terms, this is out of date. And the one that we want is that one. Now back over to the site here. Let's now add our icon. Oh, actually, we can do 2 features, that's enough. So super easy to use, no database table required. So we'll just say finished. And the categories are going to be security. And we can do more than one category. So we could do something like utilities, for example, which might be quite good. So we can do that. Then we can say finished. Now, we've got screenshots here. I don't know if we really need screenshots for something like this though. So I'm going to just hit continue, and now it takes us to this page here. This font's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, so we're going to upload our actual module now. And all I'm doing is I'm selecting this encryption zip file, and I'm going to hit upload, and there you go. So that has now been added. So all that you need to do now is wait until it gets approved. This is where I run into a little bit of embarrassment because I'm locked out of my own admin panel. There's Jim. How you doing, Jim? Thank you for the sound check, Stefan. I always appreciate it. Tony's here. Can we create 2 Trongate apps that connect to one database? Absolutely. Absolutely. Jim, great to see you. Welcome. Everybody, it's so good to have you here. You're so welcome. Now, this is super embarrassing. But I've locked myself out of the admin panel. Would you give me 3 or 4 minutes till I try and figure out how to get back in? It's so embarrassing, this. So stay with me. I'll play a wee bit of sound. It's just 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm an idiot. I lost the password. What can I tell you? So stay cool. I will be right back. Alright. Well, that went pretty well. So this is me now logged into the admin panel, and now you can see what happens from the perspective of an administrator here. So it says David Connolly's just uploaded a file, and there you go. So I would click check it out. Now I'm now a site administrator, and I would look at this thing and I would preview it if I want, but there should be a thing for, you know what? I'm all mixed up. Give me just a second here. Okay, and we are back. Right, so as I was saying, we have these module market items. Now I think, geez, give me just a second here. Okay, so here we are. I am a site administrator. It tells you who the publisher is and all of that stuff. And all I would do is update and set item to approved. And with a wee bit of luck, that should now be on the website. So if we head on over to Trongate.io and have a look at the module market, you should see that we've now got a thing called easy encryption here. There it is. Now look, that's a problem. Do you see that? And that is what I'm going to fix right now, actually, because that does need fixed. Okay, so don't worry, I'm going to fix that. It's why I'm here. But that's kind of cool, right? Okay. Alright, and it's ahoy to gear. And here comes El Shakio. Welcome. So I'm doing a wee bit of tweaks and improvements to Trongate, fixing a few bits and pieces. I've added a thing onto the module market and I'm quite pleased with that. So we now have a new encryption module all ready to go. I think that this members module needs some work though. I'm not entirely delighted with this, and whilst I'm at it, there's a couple of other things to do with XSS cleaning and stuff like that that I've been a wee bit concerned about, and I'm now ready to fix those things. Okay, so let me kick this one off by having a wee look at our members database table. So first name, last name, URL, date join, code, password, done, logs in, last number, confirmed user token. Okay, that actually looks quite good. I like that. So the database is fine. The main problem I've got though is some of the PHP code on the actual module I think could be improved, you know. So, shall we do the unthinkable? What do you reckon? Alright, let's do the unthinkable. So we're going to rename the module to members orig because it's our original members one. And let's even rename the database. We'll rename this to members orig. This members table is really, really important, you know. So let's just hit go. And there we go, right? So we're now all square. So what I'd like to do is open up this Trongate desktop app. And we're going to create a new module called member. And I'm just going to rebuild this thing. So let's go through the different fields and see how we get on. First field we're going to have is username. The username is going to have a max of 55. Minimum length of 2 seems fine, right? Then we're going to have first name. I reckon 65 characters on the first name is acceptable. We'll have last name. Now I'm just looking at the table here. Right here. And in doing so, hopefully I'll be able to put this together reasonably quickly. So the next thing I'm seeing is email address. Now email address has got a variable character of 255. That might be a bit big, but we'll just stay with it. And then date joined is an integer. We are using timestamps here, right? So date joined. And this is going to be not required, no max length, nothing like that. And in fact, it's not even going to be on the create form, because that will be generated automatically. The same goes for code. So code is going to be a variable character of 16. Now actually, now that I think about it, that's going to be automatically generated as well, so I can get rid of these. And I think I can get away with doing that. Let me just try one thing. Alright, you'll see that changed to 16. So next we've got a password field here. So we'll say variable character password. We'll add that property in. Okay, now we can do validation rules and all that, but let me just give it a max length, but we're not going to have it either on the form or searchable or anything. Num logins is going to be an integer, so exactly the same vibe here. Num logins is an integer. Now we can do something like that if you want, have the thing on the summary table. I'm going to have Trongate user ID, then confirmed, then user token. So I think let's just do an integer for Trongate user ID. and then we'll say confirmed. I'll make that a boolean. And then finally we've got a user token. Alright, so that should be it. Now we are going to have a URL column that's equal to the username. And we can order by anything you like. I think I'm going to order by... probably by... let me think. Probably username ascending. And we'll generate. Alright. So now we've got a kind of starter module here for manage members. Whoops. Okay, so it's this one here. Now, so far it looks pretty good actually. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So I'm going to add a member record here. Actually, do you know what? Let's forget about this stuff right now. I'll look at the code that we got. Yep, that looks good. Okay. Looks pretty good. Alright, so what we'll do then is we're gonna go here and I'm gonna build these two things. I'm just basically rebuilding, right? So here we go. Let's get these custom methods happening. To kick this one off, we're gonna have join. Now, join's got a thing called get data from post. It's never ever going to read the data from the DB when you think about it. So let's just make this kind of simple. We'll just go like this. Now, we've got a thing that says template to use here. So right up the top of this, I'm quite happy to chuck in this private template to use thing. Like that. Now let me just refresh. Okay, so we're looking for a join view file. Okay. Now let's clarify what this join file might look like. I'm probably going to keep it pretty close to this thing here. Okay, so let's have a wee look at what we've got. We've got a username, first name, last name, email address, and all of that stuff. We probably do want the autocomplete switched on. Now where it says enter your username here, let's change that to enter your username of choice here. Or enter, yeah, that'll be fine. So enter your username here, enter your first name here. Sometimes people do these wee ellipses things and it makes us all feel intelligent. So I might do that. And I think that that's kind of good. If I click and we click. Alright. That is pretty good. Okay, now I'm going to take the I'm going to do a poll actually in the room. Alright, who we got here? May I ask, how do we do DB transactions rollback and commit? Oh, there's a few questions here. I cannot use the existing DB. I don't know. Maybe somebody can help. Can I just ask a quick question to the room if that's okay? Should we use normal validation errors or in field? Do you know what? I'm going to use normal. And the reason why is because if they get the username, if the username's already taken, we shouldn't tell them that. In fact, I'm going to just have a quick word with my business partner here. I hope you don't mind. What's a responsible validation error message for situations where a username or email address is not available? A responsible validation error message for situations where a username or email is not available. We clearly communicate the issue to the user while avoiding any language that might be perceived as blaming or shaming the user. It's important to be clear and concise. You should also make sure. Okay. But what if we don't want to let a would-be hacker know that a particular user is registered? If you don't want to let a would-be hacker know that a particular user is registered, you could consider using a generic error message that doesn't reveal any specific information. Here we go. For example, you could use an error message like, sorry, but the information you entered is not valid. Please try again. It's just so good. It's just so good. Isn't that amazing, folks? It's absolutely incredible, this. So that's what we're talking about on this fine day of all days. Alright, so we're going to have a little submit endpoint here for submit join. Let's just have a look at this. So you can have it anywhere you want. I'll have it down here. So submit join, right? Now I'll chuck in that fabulous error message because I really like that. And I'm going to do a little JSON on the post. How good is this framework? I'm absolutely loving this. Alright, so let's just try a few values, right? A, B, C, D, submit. Okay, so info at whatever.com, submit, and there's our values coming in. Now notice that when we submit this form, we have got cross-site forgery request protection built in automatically. You don't even need to know about this, but look at the token. If we change the token and submit, you'll see that it just takes us to the home page. It's a really, really beautiful system. So now we're going to do some form validation. And again, this is really fast and really easy. The way that we do validation is something like the following. We call upon the validation helper and we say set rules. Now I'm going to go through each and every one of these fields here. So I'm going to say username. Now that's the form field name. Then we've got that. Then we've got the different rules. So I'm going to say that it's required minimum length of 3. Maximum length maybe 50. And then I'm going to do callback username check. Okay. Now, I think I'll do the callback right now. So the way that we do callbacks is really, really simple. I normally do them at the bottom of the class. It's kind of a tradition, you know. And we just say function username check. Now this takes in a string, you know, or should I say a posted value. Or if you want, you can even just leave that out. And then say something like username equals post username. Now, there was something I wanted to show you here. If I go into this thing that I was working on yesterday, hold on a minute. Alright, I've lost it. So I'm going to have to call on a little bit of help from my friend here. So let's call up the new business partner. I actually had look at these. I don't know why I found these things. I was testing this earlier on. Improving wife relationship. I'm not even married. But I was trying it out, you know. So, right. Here we go. This is what we wanted. So this was me having a conversation the other night about code for cleaning up usernames. So what this does, it's a 2-line version of the code for removing dangerous characters from a username field. That's what it does. And then here's a version. Here, look at this discussion. It's like talking to your friend who's a developer. That's it. So that's the code. That is it. Now this is the part that I really wanted to, in fact this is the whole reason why I wanted to do this live stream. Because right there, if I go into helpers, this is one for the framework. Alright. Okay, so we've got a variety of form helpers here, right? And we've got one called filter string. That was not written by me, by the way. That was written by that AI script. I'm going to put a new one in now. I'm going to call it function filter we'll call it filter. We'll call it filter username or filter name. Let's have a vote on this. So it's a new method name for removing dangerous characters. What should we call it? So I'll give you a few choices here. We'll have filter string. Okay, so we could have filter name. We could have filter username, and we could have something else. Leave a comment. So this is our vote here. Please do vote. Let me know what you think. We're going to have a new method added to the framework. So if somebody Tony, I'll try and answer your question in just a second. I'll make you a deal. If you vote on the poll, I'll answer your question. So what we're doing is we're going to have a new method added that's going to remove dangerous characters from something like a username field, but it could also be used for something like a name field as well, you know. Maybe we could call it like clean name or something like that, or I don't know, anything you want. But we have a few options here. The vote has gone out and we only have one vote. Well, I'm not going to do any coding because we can do better than that. So please do vote in the poll. Let me know what you think, and I'll continue once we have a few more votes, you know. All right. Alright, well, it looks like, damn, I was about to overrule that and say filter name. Filter name is probably better. Because I'm thinking, like, if somebody's doing a company name, for example, you know, this is something that you would use for first name and last name and all sorts of stuff. And don't worry, we can make it so that you could pass in arrays of other allowed characters or something like that. But, you know. Alright, it looks like I'm definitely losing this one. Something else? Leave a comment. Okay. So just to show you what it's going to look like, it's going to be called filter who knows what, and it's going to take in a string, and it's going to filter all of the strange characters out of this string here. In fact, let's just... So right here, so that part is going to convert double spaces to single spaces, and finally something like that. Okay, so what we got here? Right, I'm really glad we've got a hung parliament, because I strongly think, now that I've had a look at this, I think that we should call it filter name. Because why would you not filter a name? If I say, what's your first name? And somebody says, my first name is John, right? There is no situation where it's acceptable for that person to say it's John, BR, and you know, all sorts of craziness. This will never be acceptable. Same goes for new lines and all of that. So this little method that we're doing, filter, it's different. This is for filtering a text area where we may allow things like new lines. But this is for filtering a name. It can be used for usernames, but it can also be used for first names and all of that stuff. So with your permission, we do have a hung parliament. The deciding vote is mine. And thank you very much indeed. There's a good strategy, right? Just wait till the vote goes your way. So here we go, right? So we've got name, right? Now, let's just take the very, very basic version of this. So filter name, and this is going to take in, I'll change it to I'll call it name actually. Okay. Now I'm going to just say similar to filter string, but better suited for usernames, etc. Okay, so there you go. And there it is. You can see exactly what this is doing, right? Pretty cool. So let's give this thing a little test. We're going to head upstairs here on our members module, and we're going to just do a wee test. Oh, by the way, I said I would answer a question. Right, hold on. So, let's have a look here. What we got? Can we create two Trongate apps that connect to one database? Well, of course. Why could you not? Let's see. Okay. How do you do that? Because every time I create an app, it creates a new DB. That's it. El Shakiro nailed it. After creating the app, go to the DB credentials and of course delete the database that you don't want. What you're doing here, Tony, is kind of an exceptional use case, you know. So just delete the database that was created. How do we do a DB transaction rollback and commit? I don't know. I really don't know. It sounds like the kind of bullshit that you'd get with Laravel. If anybody else knows though, then that's fantastic. Alright, so let me have a wee look at members test. If there's any more technical questions, do let me know. I love answering technical questions, you know. So what we'll do is we're going to have a little HR and we are going to test the living daylights out of this thing. So prepped name is filter name, and we're going to pass in the name, and then we're going to echo the prepped name. Well, that was kind of duff. Of course, we have to return this. There you go. Now, to get a real representation of what this is doing, it's good to view the source like this. So I'm also going to do a wee bit of caveman coding. Caveman coding. Alright. So let's see what this thing does, right? So if we say David Smith, clearly there's no problems. If some asshole comes in and does this, you can see that it has converted it into this thing. Now that kind of surprises me a wee bit, because I thought that it was going to add strip tags. Let me just try something. Name is strip tags name return. Well, actually, return name. Yeah, so strip tags. I like strip tags, you know. Now let me try something else. Let's imagine that we don't have this. So we're going with this vibe. Now, supposing we say that the name is David. Let's just do that. Ah, okay. Let me chuck in a little HR here. Okay, so what that's doing is it's allowing that to go through. Oh no, it's not, because that's the original. But the prepped one is basically doing that. Damn. So I don't really know if these functions are behaving the way that I want. I think what we should do is something like this. Name is strip tags name. Then name is HTML special characters name. Now what that's doing is a whole lot more meaningful, I think, you know? Okay, now I'm going to have a wee word with my business partner. How does strip tags work with PHP? Because you can actually pass arguments in. Okay, I'll just look this one up. You can pass arguments in. Actually, we won't look it up. How does strip tags work with PHP? Here we go. On this example, blah 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 blah. Aye, there you go. Alright, so I am going to change it just a wee bit, but what I am going to do is so the strip tags also has an optional second argument, which is a string of allowed each. For example, so the example that they give is okay. So note alright. So let me just clarify something. How would we write strip tags so that bold and italic are allowed? Okay. That's amazing. It's really, really amazing. I think I'll just copy this. That's right. So I'm going to do 3 examples. Actually, do you know what? That belongs in the docs. All right. Okay. Important note regarding strip tags. The strip tags function has an optional second argument, which is a string of allowed HTML tags and attributes. Okay, so another wee vote for the room, I think. Right, so the next question I have is, I'm going to start a poll. So the next question is, should the notes about strip tags be in the code or in the docs? Let me know what you think, won't you? So basically, the reason why I'm giving information like this, which is kind of unusual, is because I'm anticipating that there's certain use cases where people are going to want to write their own filters. I should probably put this in the docs, actually. Maybe. Seems the code is now the favorite. Okay, it's possible that alright, I'll call that a 100% vote then, that's cool. Now let me just have a quick word with my business partner here, could you please proofread this? Check this out. I mean, this look at it, it rewrites it. It's possible, in fact, we can get a voice actually reading it in a minute. All right. So basically, if you look at the code that it gives you for the revision, it's generally a bit more compact, I find, you know? Okay. Alright, that's cool. So, let's just look at the basic definition then of what strip tags does. Okay, so here we'll just say remove HTML . Okay. Now this is actually, by my estimation, better than this one. So that's what I think we're going to be doing here, right? Now back over to this members thing. It seems like a long time since we've even looked at this. So okay, so in that example, we've said David Smith, we've filtered it, and we're, as you can see, we're getting the bold things removed. Now, suppose we say David, and we do that, and we do lots of spaces. Again, you can see that that's being reduced. If we do spaces at the start and at the end, then again, you're going to see something like that. Now, if we do, let's say, NBSP here, you can see that that gets cleaned up as well. which gives us something like that, you know. So I think that's actually kind of okay. I think that is okay. So let me have a quick look at this again. Okay. It's fine. With this in mind, with this being the case, please keep in mind note that the Alright, there you go. Okay, that's pretty cool. So, there we go, right? There we go. Now, we've written a basic filter name thing there, which I think is quite good. I think it does a good job, you know. Let me quickly try filter string. Okay, so this, you can see the mistake here. Glad we tested. Alright, so there we go. And it's basically just making this safe, you know. Now, if we're gonna well, let me just show you something. Suppose we decided that we've had our fun, but now we want to take the prepped name and turn it into something that looks, well, that respects the stuff. Now I'm wondering if we can say HTML entity decode prepped name. We can. Okay. Okay, cool. Now let me go back to my notes here. Now let's keep this simple. Right, I am happy with that. I'm 100% happy. Cool. So, are we feeling good? Yes, we are. That's cool. Thanks for voting, folks. I appreciate that. And Chef is here as well. Hello to you. Why not just use regex? Why not just use regex? Well, we're using it there. Or maybe that's not what you meant. I'd have to say, see all of this code here. You can get this on one line if you wanted, if you really wanted to, but it's difficult to read, you know. So I wanted to add it with lots of comments so that people can see exactly what this is doing. I want the code to be clear, you know. And that's all that this is. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple. And there you go. Now, let's imagine that filter name is going to have allowed characters. Now let's just assume that allowed characters is, hold on a second, quick word with my business partner here. How do you declare an empty array in PHP? I know there's a few ways of doing it. Okay, yeah, I would use this method. Okay, both of these, it's important to know, blah, 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 blah. So the next thing that I'm going to use is which of the following is considered the more proper or standard way to initialize an array. Would it be array or let's ask it. In PHP, both of that and that are valid ways. Both methods are equivalent. The array has been available since that and is a traditional way. The square brackets is considered a more concise and modern way. Therefore, either method can be, and this is just so damn good, isn't it? Either method can be considered proper or standard. You can choose which one you prefer. Both are widely used and fully supported. Right, well, with that being the case, we're just going to go like that. Okay. So, that being the case, okay, we can also, by the way, when we use filter string, we could add in potentially we could add in allowed tags. We could indeed. We could do that. And okay, so what we're going to do with filter string is we're going to have allowed tags, and that is going to be an empty array. I'm really thinking about this thing here, you know. So if we take, for example, let's go back to the filter name example here, right? And let's imagine that some moron appears and says, my name's David Smith with an exclamation mark. Well, as you can see, now let's take this shit out. Life's complicated enough. Right, as you can see, we've filtered out the exclamation mark, right? And let's say that we actually say, do you know what? Let's just allow this guy to chuck an exclamation mark in here. So we pass in an array with an exclamation mark and we refresh. Okay, fair enough. So let me try something else. Name2 is, now this is going to be Aye, that's right. So filter name has got allowed characters. So here's what we're going to do. Check this out. A quick word with the business partner. Now this is going to be a really advanced PHP question. The question is, what would be an example of a PHP function that accepts a string and filters out unwanted characters using that? However, the function should have an optional second argument that should be an array of characters that can be added and, where needed, included or allowed. Now that's an advanced PHP question. Here's an example. I mean, it's just incredible, right? So here we go. Look at that, folks. That is like, that's beyond me. I've used PHP since 2003 and I would not have figured that out. I could have been working on that for 6 hours. And look at the example. It even does an exclamation mark. It's absolutely incredible. Holy moly. Holy moly. I'm just blown away. I'm absolutely blown away with this. So let's copy that. I mean, folks, you've got to be blown away by this, right? Can anybody see how amazing that is? There is nothing boring about today's live stream, I'll tell you that for nothing. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go like this. Now, let's just paste in the function that it gave us. Filter string, you know. Now, what we had up here was allowed characters, so I was kind of close. Okay. I think the main change is this thing. I might be wrong about this. But if I go here, you see that? I think that's it. So now we're going to filter name again. Now it's saying unidentified variable pattern in line 337. So let's look at what we had. Okay. That's amazing. Just amazing, isn't it? Let's do this again then. So strip tags, XS. Right, let's just do this. So look at that. We allowed an exclamation mark, and we also kept the space in. So if we go to members, you'll see that we did all spaces and stuff like that. Now I'll add a comma rather. Ouch. Alright, so once again I'll add a comma in here. You can see, oh shit. Ah, damn. So alright. Let me do something else. I don't really know why it's not behaving there. Well, at least it's filtering out the bold stuff, you know. But if not empty allowed characters, let's JSON allowed characters, else so it's not empty. Oh, well look at it. We've got filtered string. That's the problem. So that should just be called name. That's the problem. There it is. So if we go back to members here, I'm going to allow an exclamation mark. There it is. Now I'm going to allow a comma. So you would do that and chuck in a comma. There's a comma. Now if somebody says an @ symbol, for example, like that, you can see that it's being filtered out. But now if we go like this, and I'll chuck in the @ symbol, now it's allowing that. And I think that that is beautiful. That is fantastic. That is exactly the function that we need, and I'm really, really pleased with it. So there you go. Filter name. We've got the allowed characters and all of that stuff here. You can customize it, do whatever makes you feel good. And then we've got filter string. Filter string is not as strict, but please read note above for more. That's fine. Okay, now we've got this allow tags thing here, or allowed tags even, and that applies on the string. So let's now go and add in allowed tags here, right? Okay, so everything is a bed of roses here, but we're going to change this from filter name to filter string, and you can see it's a wee bit more generous here. And what we're going to do now is pass in characters that we're quite happy to have. So for example, if you look at the code here, you can see we've got a bold tag, so I'm going to pass in a bold tag. There you go. It keeps it in. But if you're going to allow that, you might need to use HTML entity decode. Okay, so I'm going to add that to the notes. So finally, if you pass allowed an array of allowed tags into strip tags before a database insert, you may use, so it's called HTML entity decode. Finally, if you pass an array of allowed tags into strip tags before a database insert, use HTML entity decode when displaying that's it. That's it. Okay, that's cool. That's it. Okay. So how am I doing here? Is this okay? I'm trying my best, you know. And to let you know, the would get a ton of I have no clue what that means. How do we filter out an emoji in a string? Well, that's the whole point here, Jim. We've now got it. I should explain. CodeIgniter has got about 300 lines of code for this, and it's tons of methods all interplaying with each other, and it's really, really complicated. I saw a tweet from somebody today who says that he's written a framework, but he's not launching it because he hasn't figured out how to filter strings. So this is one of these problems that seems really straightforward, but it's astonishingly complicated, you know. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this is good. This is really good. It looks a bit messy, but it's actually quite good, you know. So, I think I'm happy with these two things. I think they're pretty good. I do indeed. So now, if we call our post thing here, you'll see that it can call filter string if we need it, which is down here. So that is filter string. Now that's going to be added to the framework right now. Check this out. Look at how good this thing is. Can you make the following shorter? Here's a shorter version. So I'm going to keep that word potentially in there though. Isn't it amazing, this AI stuff? I mean, I am now coding with AI. Who thinks I'm old-fashioned now? Still calling me old-fashioned? Oh, woe to ye. Oh, woe to ye. I think this is really cool stuff, you know. So I'm going to do a super quick check here. Back on the members thing. There's our filter string test. And now if we do the filter name test, we get that. That's excellent. So there you go. So I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to head to the Trongate framework. Here it is. I'm going to go into this engine folder here where the form helpers live. Head downstairs. Ah, gee. Well, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Nothing to commit. Okay. Could have a quick question for the room here. Is there anybody who has not yet contributed to Trongate who would like to become a contributor? Because I would be glad if you could run this on the GitHub thing and do your magic, you know? Do you know what I mean? If anybody wants to be a contributor, I'll wait a wee minute. Does anybody want to be a framework contributor? Because all it would involve is me giving you the code, and then you would do a wee pull request, and there you go. Welcome to Hollywood. You can forever tell your employees and clients that you contributed to the greatest framework ever. If you'd like to do that, let me know, and I'll paste the text in, and you can be the one that does the magic. Sometimes it's nice to have your name on repos on GitHub and stuff like that, you know? Alright. Well, I'll assume that the answer is no, that you're all happy. Okay. Just trying to help. Just trying to help. So, we're taking these. Okay. That's really good. So I'm going to save that. Okay. Well. Okay, so we say git add all, git commit improved. Now that last one was called filter string. Okay. Now I'm just going to say git push. Alright, so that's now part of the framework. That is now a part of the framework, which is pretty amazing, isn't it? So, with that being the case, we can now go back to our members thing here. Okay. So let's see if we can bring this to life now. We've got obviously submit join. And this is running a thing called callback username check. Now, callback username check is going to take the username. Now, I'm just going to say if string length of username is greater than 0. So I'm going to make it so that it always returns an error message just for the moment, you know. So that means that when we submit join, and again I'm just kind of testing stuff here, you know, we can say result is this validation helper run, and then I'm just going to say if result is false, let's just echo validation errors, otherwise I'll echo well done. So if we go like that, you can see, oh gee, could you give me a wee minute? Hello? Hello? No, not at all, how? Oh, I forgot about that. I can't. Why don't you give me that when I'm getting you something, you know? I feel bad about that. Oh. Alright, okay. Alright. Alright, well. Okay. Okay, folks, so all I'm doing here is I just want to really see that this thing is doing what I think it's doing, you know? So for example, with username check, I could say something like the following. I could say username is, now we called it filter name, and we could do that, right? So what that means is if somebody goes back here and they do a crazy username that's something like David, an exclamation mark, a few spaces, Connolly, bold, and maybe even a full stop, right? So when they submit that, shit. Hold on. Ah, okay. Terminating character for offset 13347. Well done. Damn it. Okay. Let me just try something. Stay calm. So, supposing I chuck in an exclamation mark. Fuck. I've just uploaded a change that has broken the whole damn thing. Oh, I know what it is. This should be an array. So you would do that. That's right. So that's allowing it. Now, if you don't allow anything, you do that. Okay, now what we should be doing here is the following. Do you see how that says if not is empty? Okay. Let me just say name is not empty. Return name. Alright, well, is it here? Alright, so we are here. Okay, so right, okay. So it looks like okay. Alright, so if I do this, also equals something like that, is that going to fix it? I think it is. That's right. So that part was needed there. I think that part was needed. So let's change this. So okay, so I'll call on my business partner. How can we reduce the following PHP code using the ternary operator? There's our code, right? Check this out, one line of code. Here's how you can use the ternary operator to reduce the code. Boom. It's just awesome, innit? So let's copy that code It's just so good. I mean, this is going to change everything. It's giving you a whole explanation and everything, folks. Now that is going to work. You can see it says David Connolly bold is cool, and if we go back, you can see that we had an exclamation mark there, and if we had said filter name but we're gonna allow an exclamation mark, check this out. Boom, there's your exclamation mark. It's just absolutely beautiful. Now, and that one should be fine. Okay, so that's pretty darn good. This, my friends, is the new way of working. Instead of fighting AI, we join forces, you know. All right. Check this, it's frozen. Okay, so git commit m correction on filter name. There it is. So what we've just done there is we've now got filter name doing this. It's just amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. Just the fact that you can sit here basically having a conversation with an IT script and coming up with some cool stuff, you know? So that puts us in a really, really great position, you know? So next, I think the question is, right, what are we actually going to do for members here? So how about if we say filter name and right, excuse me. Okay. There are actually a lot of people who use their email address as a username. It's just something that some people do, you know. And I think that we should probably allow that, you know. So if I say that the username is info@something.com and then submit, I think that's fair enough, you know. If we did not include these things, then you'd have that going on, you know. Okay. Okay. Let's try another one here. Let's say, how can we write a function that no. What would be an example of a PHP function that returns an error message if a string contains characters that are not allowed in the following no. Let's go a bit more. Here's what we could do. Alright, let's try this. How could the following PHP function be improved so that it returns an error message when a submitted string contains characters that are not allowed? Here we go. Here's a modified version of the filtered name function that returns an error message when a submitted string contains characters that are not allowed. So we do that, we do the regex pattern. There's our ternary operator. Replace any characters that are not in the allowed list. If the filtered name is different from the original name, return. It's just so good. It's just so good. Oh dear. In this version, the function pre-reg replace is used to filter out any characters that are not allowed. If the filtered name is different from the original name, it means that some characters have been removed and the function returns an error message. If the filtered name is the same as the original name, it means that all the characters are allowed and the function returns the filtered name. Holy moly. Holy moly. And it even, please continue. So you can use it in the following way. That's just astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Jeez. That is me on my best day, but 10 times better than me on my best day. That is so damn good. Well, I tell you what, man, it looks like we're going to keep on improving. So let's chuck that in. So and that is, of course, yeah. So we could get that. So if we do that, the var name contains characters that are not allowed, right? Then it means that I think I'm going to have to go back to this test example again. Okay, so let's just filtered name is filter name that would be on the name variable, and I'm going to echo filtered name. So members test well, of course. So that up here is now our filter name orig. Okay. So do you know what? We should keep the original one. We should. Even though this code's good, there's room for confusion with this because they're both returning strings. So what we could do is so we can go like that, right? Now if I go David Connolly with a little exclamation mark, now remember that we can allow certain characters. Here's exclamation marks allowed, right? Alright. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to say if filtered name does not equal name, error vibe. So if we go like this, now I'll take this out, error vibe. Okay, cool. So that's good, right? And we are happy with the function that we've got. So all we do is we go to the callback here, and we're going to say filtered username. And I looked up the spelling there because I wasn't sure if there was. It is that. Okay. So we're going to say if the filtered username does not equal. Now let's just call this posted username. So if it does not equal the posted username, then the error message is going to be, I'll just consult with my new business partner about that. The username contains characters that are not allowed. So the username contains characters that are not allowed. There you go, right? And we return the error message. Now later on, we'll make sure that it's unique. But we can do that in just a wee minute, right? So for the username check here, we get our posted username. geez, I want to just check something. Let me do a research in the engine for callback. So, attempt invoke callback. Now, what's this doing? Attempt to invoke callback. So where's it getting this posted value from? So validation data must contain. I don't know where it's getting it from. So posted value is post the thing. Alright, so if I go back to members here, I should probably just say posted username. Or maybe just username. So I could do that. Now that means that if we go back to our page here, head to sign up. Now I'll just say David, a couple of exclamation marks and a comma. We submit. The username contains characters that are not allowed. Contains characters that are not allowed. So if I then say, okay, well, let's allow exclamation marks and let's allow commas. Still contains characters that are not allowed. Oh, it must be these. So now, yeah, that's really great. That's perfect. Okay. So that's excellent. The filtered username should equal the username. Now another thing that I'd like to do before we wrap that one up is well done and well done. Alright, so it looks like stuff gets trimmed anyway. if we say that the username is post username, we still get well done. Alright, fair enough. So I'm going to go with this, right? Okay. Now we'll go back upstairs. We've got this submit join with callback username check in here. So now we're going to check the other stuff. If we do a little JSON on the post, it will give us a reminder of what we're working with here. I think it's just first name, last name and email address. So something like that. Okay. Now, okay, cool. So let's get these other things working here. So this validation helper, set rules, first name. Now, I can probably call upon the original members module here at this point. Now, here we are doing valid email, but we should also do, I think, callback email check. Indeed, if we look at the username check, you can see that this does take in the email address. Okay, so let's just have callback email check. Now, callback email check is going to be remarkably similar to username check, except it's going to take in an email address. So it's going to do that. Now, when we filter the email address, we're going to have allowed characters. For example, we'll have an @ symbol that is allowed, and we'll also have dots allowed. That's allowed with email addresses. If there's an error, the email address contains characters that are not allowed, right? So, the next thing that we can do is, if we just going to consult with my business partner here. Alright, hold on. Alright. I had asked it earlier on. Let's see. Okay, it's important to choose without revealing too much. Alright, so let's go with I'll go with this one. Okay. So the way that this works is let me add in my error message. Now, how can the following PHP function be shortened? Here's a shortened version. That's just amazing. Well, it's using the ternary one, but okay. How can this function be improved so that it checks the third URL segment for a numeric value, and if the value exists, then a database should be queried for a matching record? There is no way that this can do this. I'm just having a laugh here. There's no way. This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm just doing this to kind of get the general structure, you know. And as you can see, the function it's given is just perfect. Oof. It's just astonishing. It's absolutely astonishing. It's like sitting with the best PHP programmer in the world. This is insane. It's just insane. absolutely incredible. So I'm going to copy this code and see if we can add it, you know. Now I don't want to go exactly like this. But let's see what we can do here, right? So we've got our return. The username contains characters that are not allowed. Now get the third URL segment. So what we could do there is we can take this out. If is numeric. Now it's segment 3. So what we're going to do now is think about 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So alright. So we're going to now say if segment 2 is equivalent to submit join, so make sure no existing user is using this username. So we could say rows is this model get so we do that, and we would do that to the members table, and then we would say if is set rows 0. So if we have that, then return the username or email address is not available, please try again. Now I'm going to simplify that. So if it's not set, then the username is not available, or if it is set, there you go, right? Otherwise we return true. Now that is us dealing with a situation where somebody's joining. But if not, make sure nobody else is already using the submitted username. So what we're going to do with this one is we're going to say SQL is select all from members where ID does not equal. Well, let's just do query binding. So does not equal update ID. So now we'll say params update ID is segment 3. I can probably speed that up by just saying select ID. Now again, rows is this model query bind, passing ASQL, passing the params. So we now get that. Okay. Alright, we'll just go with that. I think that's fine. So, passing SQL, okay, so we get rows, and then we simply say if the number of rows is 0, we return true, or actually, we return an error message. Otherwise, we return true. Now, okay, we worked with my business partner. Can you clean up this code? Here's a cleaned up version. It's just so damn good. It is just so damn good. It's just incredible, isn't it? What can I tell you, folks? Technology is an amazing thing. I mean, I'm basically now using AI for this framework. It makes me feel incredibly smug. Now let's just look at the code that we've got here. So we're checking the username. If it doesn't match, contains characters that are not allowed. Then we check if the third URL segment is a numeric value. Now I've made a mistake here. Because select URL segment is a numeric value. What we really want to do it's too complicated. Let's just say update ID is an integer of segment 3. And SQL is select ID from none. I'll just say select all. No. Pardon me. Select ID from members where username equals, or actually does not equal, username. So select, oh no, that's wrong. It's where username equals username and ID does not equal update ID. That's it. So select, I'll just say all, select all from members where username is username and ID does not equal that. Now let's just say params update ID is an integer of segment 3 and params username is the username. So there's our SQL. Now with this SQL we're going to do some query binding. Make sure submitted username is available. That's what we're doing here. Okay. There you go. Now, that's if we've got a numeric third segment. But if we don't have a numeric third segment, well, in that case, let me open up the model. Okay, so yeah, let's do a different query. The SQL in this instance would be select all from members where username is username. That's it. Now, username goes here So you can see that we're setting our parameters here. Okay. So then we go like that. If is set rows 0, then return the username let's just say the submitted username is not available. So that would be that, but then we do this, and I think that's it. I think that's our perfect username check. So let me head back to my business partner here. One option would be to remove the if statement and always use, okay. Oh shit, that's fucking brilliant. That's amazingly good. That is beautiful. Look at that. That is really, really great code, folks. So now we've got this really compact username check. And what it's doing here is we're filtering out some unwanted characters, making sure that we do have allowed, just characters that are allowed here. Then we're making sure that the username is available. Now actually, as I'm looking at that, I think that might not work. I don't know if that's going to work. But you know what? Let's just add it for the email and we'll worry about the consequences later, right? So here we go. This one is going to be called email check. Now, the key difference with this one is that our filtered email address allows a couple of things. So I'm going to just say email address. Now right here we've got filtered email address, right? Okay, cool. Now right here, it's looking at, hold on a second. Yeah, there you go. I think that's it. I think that's username check and I think it's email check, and I think that they're both pretty darn perfect. Funnily enough, pretty darn perfect. So let's now go back here and remind ourselves of what we're actually working with. So if we have a look at members manage, there's not really anything on this members table here. I'm going to submit. Damn, 286. Let's go again. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now let's imagine, well, I'll come on to testing it later on, but that's our vibe right there. So we're now doing username check, and we're now doing email check. It should all be good, you know. And that's actually most of this thing now done. So now alright, so there's where we are. There you go. Now I really don't know. Look at this, it's got a stupid update ID here, and it does not need it. So if the result is false, we join, otherwise we go to get data from posts. We then get this thing doing whatever it's doing. And there you go. So that's basically that, you know. Okay. So, just a few wee things to add. Okay, so that's all looking good. We've got send activate account email. Okay, so sending an email, blah 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 blah. Now at the top of this, let's just chuck this stuff in. There we go. So we're heading over to submit join again here. It's running its validation tests. If everything is cool, we're running make grand string. We've got passwords, num logins, create new Trongate user, inserting, force doubling opt-in in. send activate account email, and then finally, of course, in you go, which is really important. So let's get in you go back here. And why not call upon our new favorite employee of the month and say, how can the following function be shortened or improved? Here's a shorter version. It's just incredible, this. Holy moly. Oh, if remember. Interesting. I had said if remember is true. No. Very interesting. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Copy code. So let's just see if we can do a side by side. Mine goes to 738. Whereas this one goes to 728. Wow. But maybe mine is more readable. Could it be? Let's see. So we've got in you go member ID. Alright, let's have a look here. So this is loading up Trongate tokens. I'm loading up Trongate tokens as well. If not is set remember, then remember is true. Okay. Now let's, right, so that's doing the data in a different way. Then we've got token data. Yeah, I think theirs is better. I mean, the only thing I would do different is I would say if remember is true. But what they've got looks pretty fine. I suppose you could add comments, you know. I think I'll do that. So let's just do that, right? So the first thing that we're going to do then is update num logins, right? Okay, now let me look at this Trongate tokens thing. Alright, so well, that has to go there. So we update the num logins, then we right here set token for 60 days. Otherwise, it's a short-term token. And then finally, yep. Yeah, this bit here, this bit concerns me. So let me just check something. How can the following code be shortened? See what it says. Oops. It's pretty amazing, this, isn't it? It's like, how can the following code be shortened? It's like having somebody with you that's just this brilliant assistant. Yeah, that's better. I'm glad I checked that code. So, this line here, I'm just going to copy that. Okay, so this code will check if member password is an empty string. If it is, it will redirect to members update password. Otherwise, it will redirect to members your account. So that's really cool, isn't it? And I think I'm going to keep that in there, you know. And of course, like a complete genius, I've updated the wrong damn thing. Alright. So there you go, you know. So let's go back and see if we can put this thing together. Oh, check 297. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mario. It should be SQL. Now that might have been a while ago. Okay, that was nicely spotted, Mario, but I think we've fixed it. Let me just try something else. Target URL is, now supposing we said if member object loading up password is equivalent to an empty string, then it's members update password. Otherwise, it's members / your account. And then you would redirect to that target URL. Of course, The alternative would be you cannot beat this AI, folks. Don't even try it, man. Alright, that's good. That's good. Right, so it does that. Now let's just see how far we can get before the thing breaks. Thank you, Mario. I appreciate that. So we're gonna sign up. Did I add those two new things to the framework, by the way? Can you remember? We had filter name. I think I did. I think I did. This is a slow process, but it's worth it, you know. Okay, so here we go again then, right? Let's just mess up the form. Okay. So it looks like there's a last login field somewhere. That certainly caught me out. Column not found. Okay. So I think that if we look at the thing here, we don't have a last login. If we look at the original one, we do have a last login. It's after num logins, right? So after num logins, we're going to say last login. Aye, that's right, last login. So let me have a wee look at last login. That's cool. Alright, so far so good. Let's try this again. I'll do an invalid username. Cool. Let's do a crazy email address. Well, there you go. So that's all looking quite good. Yeah, that's good. So now I'm going to do a legitimate sign up attempt. And hit submit. So then it goes to members update password. Okay. So here's members update password. Now I'm going to try and somehow keep the view stuff roughly in the same place, you know. Alright. So I'm going to chuck it here. What the hell did I just do? That's what we're talking about. Okay. Going to have a wee word with my employer. How can this function be shortened or improved? Here is a shortened version of the function. It's utterly astounding. Wow. I mean, just look at that. So here's all of the code that I had. And then it's just incredible. Holy moly. Having said that, I think that's a wee bit more readable. All right, you. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at that line. I thought that count rows would always be true. I mean, it basically seems to be saying if you've got a row, return it, if not, return false, you know? Which strikes me as being a bit unusual. Once again, I am going to revert back to my little test thing here, because I want to test that. Alright, so let's try this. So if we say something like fruits is an array with apples, banana, right? Now if we echo count fruits, it's gonna say 2. Of course it's gonna say 2. If we say if count fruits, of course it's going to say we got them, right? Now if we reduce that to 1, oh shit, I didn't expect that. Wow. Echo count fruits die statement. Hold on. So if we say score, that's bizarre. Well, that's fine. I never knew that PHP did that. Okay, that's cool. Alright, Coco, take it easy. Alright, that's really, really amazing. Blown away. So let's go back to this. And we'll go to sign up. Okay, so it's looking for a view file for update password. So now we are back in the groove. So here we go. Update password.php. Please set a password. Okay, now that's pretty good. Now, your password must be 5 characters long and blah 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 blah. And that takes us to submit update password. Now, I don't think there's any issues with that. But I am going to call on my employee of the month. How can the following code be improved? Okay, I think, see that if post is submit post password, we don't need to do that. We do not. And we also don't need this. Okay. So here we go again. How can the following code be improved? Here we go. That's really brilliant, isn't it? And I accidentally now hang on a minute. Oh, it's turned it into 2 functions. Wow, it broke it into two functions. Look at that. That's astonishing. Did it just do that? It did. It broke it into two functions. Coco, have a day off. Have a day off, Coco. That's absolutely mind-blowing. So, let's copy that. Isn't that amazing? It's absolutely incredible. Now I can see we've got a wee bit of hash string action here. And I can see that we've also got a password check callback. So let's get the password check thing. Yep. Alright, so that's good. Now once again, I saw a wee thing there that said hash string. I don't know if you noticed that. Here it's here, and then we've got verify hash, you know. That is going to go in here. And I think that puts us in a really great position. So here's our password. You can see that we had a mismatch here. Set password. So now it's going to go to your account. We'll not get too much longer to go here. It's such a fundamental thing, innit? You know, when you think about it. Now, I'm seeing make sure allowed. That's going to give us an error, of course. So let me take this. Now let me head to my employee of the month. How can the following PHP function be improved? I mean, this thing can actually teach you PHP, you know? Hold on a second. Okay, let's just try again then. I think that okay, let's try again. Here's a shortened version with comments. Holy shit. Did it figure out that that was check users logged in? Holy shit. That's brilliant. Now, I don't know if that is valid code though. Let's have a look. So, let's look at what this is doing. The first one is check that the user's logged in. Then we get a member object. Then if no member object, go there. Okay, so it kind of did shorten it, but not by much. So token is members make sure allowed. Now let's look at members here. See, we are not even using scenario. So we could take that out. We could absolutely take that out. And then we could just do an else and return a token. Now if we look at Trongate security, yeah. So basically, okay, so right around here we've got make sure allowed, and make sure allowed lives going to live here. Alright, Coco, take it easy. So check if user is logged in. That's it. So now we just add in a wee view file, which is going to be called your account. Alright, Coco, we'll go out in a minute. Welcome aboard, it's great to have you here. How you like me now, Coco? Alright. Well, I like you too, Coco. Yes, I do. Okay, so the rest should be quite easy. We've now got a log out thing here. Which takes us to login. Now login is here. Now look at this. We've got get login data from post. Now that is going to live next door to get data from post, so somewhere like this. And then we go like that. Now this is looking for a view file by the name of login. Now, something not right there. So it just says view login data. Oh, so that's looking at the members module. In the members module, we've got some CSS. And we're going to add that in. So here we go, new folder, CSS. This is called login.css. And it contains this. That's pretty cool. So if we're not a member, it goes to join. We'll need to do forgot password lately. We've got return to home page. We've got cancel. And then we've got submit login. Pretty cool. Okay. Alright, I'm going to take a wee break here because my wee cat has been sitting getting ignored and I don't like ignoring the cat, you know. So I'm going to spend a wee 15-20 minutes with Coco. It's the kind of guy I am. So stay cool, I'll be right back.
Hello. I can hear you okay, man? I am here.
All right.
Testing 1, 2. Amadeus is sitting in the background here.
Hello, Amadeus. Very nice to hear from you. Welcome. I can see that my levels are too high. I hope you're okay now. Are we okay, Derek? Yep. Okay.
All good to go.
So, hello, folks. Welcome to the live stream again. And what I'm going to do, Derek, I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'll show you this live, and you can give your reaction for all the people to see. Coco, have a day off. I just went out there. Right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so I am now going to bring the screen here back to life. Here it is. And we're all cool, and you can now see me live. Hopefully other people can hear me as well, okay? Alright. So, I suppose the best place to start is Twitter, you know?
Okay.
I did a tweet recently, and I'll just show you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the code below was not written by a human being. It was added to Trongate today, and I think Trongate is now the only PHP framework that is being partly written by AI. And I'm adding in a wee bit of fishing, hopefully try to catch some people searching for best framework, right? Now, if you look at that function, it's no big deal, right? I mean, you may not be impressed by that, but let me show you the process that led to that function. Right here is a whole bunch of conversations.
Right, so you're on chat.openai.com, is that?
Aye. So, if I look at this conversation, and I'm going to just show you the conversation, right? So that was me talking about C++, by the way. These are just random crazy questions, right? I was curious to know how it dealt with things like how do you improve relationships and stupid things. Write an essay about BMW car leasing.
Yeah. Like I ask it all sorts. Like see, because that's how you see its flaws and stuff as well. You know.
Exactly.
I'm mucking about with an AI art generator recently, and it's fascinating.
Let me read this conversation, okay? So I went on. I says, what's the PHP code for removing dangerous characters from a submitted username field? Now, you know that that's a huge problem for PHP developers, right?
Yeah, you got to validate the input, yeah.
Yep.
Of course.
So to remove dangerous characters, you can use
filter, then validate.
You can use that, fine, right? It tells you then what it does.
Yeah.
A beautiful explanation. And then I said, well, that code allows spaces, right? So, you know, Jack Sparrow might have a space, right? It says it will not allow spaces. To allow spaces, you can modify the expression to this. Like,
yeah,
holy shit, right?
Man, yeah.
Alternatively, it says you can use this, that. This is like talking to the greatest PHP developer ever, right? It's like, it's important to note that both of these approaches will remove any characters that are not considered safe, and you may need to modify the regular expression, blah, blah, blah. Then I says, can you modify the code so that it removes extra white space and also turns double spaces into a single space?
Okay. Yeah, that's quite...
It says to remove extra white space and turn double spaces into a single space from a submitted user norm, you can use prereg replace, blah, 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 blah. Here's an example of how you can use this. Right? Copy code and everything, right? Then I was like, can I paste in PHP code and ask you to improve it, right? This is going to blow your mind, right?
Right?
Yes, you can paste in PHP code and ask me to improve it. I can review the code and suggest ways to optimize it, refactor it, make it more readable and maintainable, or add extra functionality as needed. It would be helpful if you could provide some context, right? This is insane, right?
Whoa.
I'm like, can you optimize this code? It's for removing dangerous characters from a username field. And I do that, right? It says the code you provided looks like it's already well optimized. The first line does that. The second line does that.
That's a
right?
Nice wee first code review comment there.
I think I was just pasting in the code that it had suggested, right?
Right, okay.
Now,
right.
This is where it gets insane. I said, is it possible to reduce this to just one line of code? What do you think it says?
Of course, yeah.
Yes, it's possible to reduce this to just one line of code using a combination of pre-reg, replace, and trim. To do this, you can use that with a regular expression, blah, blah, blah. Here's how you combine it into one. Like, holy shit, right? This will remove any dangerous characters, remove extra white space, and turn double spaces into a single space in the username variable. Right? It's just insane. It's important to note that combining multiple operations into a single line of code can make the code more difficult to read and maintain, especially if the operations are complex or the code base is large. Blah, 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 blah.
The computers are becoming conscious, man.
Yeah. So I said, for the code we have discussed, do you recommend one line of code, 2 lines, or 3? Right? I mean, you'd think this was a human being at this point, right?
And then it says there is no one-size-fits-all answer.
So it's like, when it comes to optimizing, there's no one size. The best approach, in general, it's good to aim for concise, readable, blah, 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 blah. And then it gives you the pros and cons of the 1, 2, and 3 line versions, right? And then I say, can you show me what the 2 line version looks like? Sure, here's an example of the 2 line version, right? And then I'm like, okay, I go on. And then I say, on we go. It does something else. And then I say, doesn't that leave out the trim function? I must have spotted something. And it says, I apologise for the mistake in my previous response.
Oh shit, man, right, okay.
The 2 line version of code that I provided does indeed leave out the trim function, which removes any leading or trailing white space. Here's an example of the 3 line one that includes the trim function. I'm like, great. Again, it's important to note that. Thank you. You're welcome. I said, can you modify the code so that it can be used to filter in submissions submitted from a text area? Now, it didn't quite understand that one. But then we went on a wee bit more. And I said, I apologize. No, it's me apologizing, right? What I meant to ask is, can we modify the code so that it can filter the type of information that we will typically receive from a text field? For example, this could be a paragraph of text with punctuation. It then gets back. Now it gets me. To modify the code to filter the type of information that you'll typically receive from a text field, such as a paragraph of text with punctuation, you can modify the regular expression to allow certain special characters in the text. For example, for punctuation, you might add this. Look at this thing, Derek, right?
Holy shit, man. We're about to be replaced.
It's just insane. And then it's like you can use the filter var function with this, right? And then I'm like, is it possible to modify it so that HTML characters as well as that are safely removed? And it's like, you can do that. Here's how you do that. So now it's doing this. And eventually, by now I've been talking to it for 20 minutes, right? Can you show me how that code could be combined with the previous example? It's like, sure, here you go. And on it went, right? And then I'm like, are there any reasons why using filter var could be a bad idea? Now, I've kind of lost track of the conversation here. But it says, basically gave me a lesson on PHP. And then I said, would the following allow quotes, commas, and exclamation marks? And it's like, the code you've provided will allow those. Blah, 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 blah. Teaches you some more PHP. And I said, I mean, just look at how good this is. I said, when you use a PHP framework that accepts a posted form variable with an optional argument of Boolean, what does the true argument do? Now, just to give you some context, frameworks are all different, right? If this was CodeIgniter, the answer would be it puts it through about 400 lines of bullshit, right? That's the answer. So it says, when you use a framework that accepts a posted, true typically indicates that it should be treated as a Boolean value. Now, that's not the right answer that I was looking for. So then I said, what is true does some... I should have said, what if true does some kind of excess filtering. I made a mistake. Now it says it's not uncommon for frameworks to provide XSS cross-site scripting protection by using the default true argument. So now we're talking, right? Now it knows what I'm asking. It's for example, if you have a form with a text field, you could say that. That looks a wee bit like Laravel code, I think, but I get that, right? And then the optional true value indicates that the field name should be treated as a string that passes through an XSS filter before being returned. Holy shit, right?
Right.
This is insane. The exact behavior of the true argument will depend on the specific framework. So now I've been talking for about 25 minutes. And I'm like,
oh geez, tell me you asked, like you taught or asked about Trongate.
Oh, it knows. I'll ask about Trongate. I did actually.
That's a thing, man. Like,
I did. It knows about Trongate. I'll show you in a second. But check this out, right? I said, can you give me an example of a PHP function that performs XSS filtering, trimming, converting double spaces to single spaces, removing white spaces at the beginning and end of the string, and also removes dangerous HTML characters?
Yeah.
It says, sure, here you go. And it even gives me comments.
Yeah.
Right?
Really nice, man.
And then an explanation. This is insane. And then I gave it a page for the docs. I was like, could you improve this article? And it says, you paste it in. I pasted it in. And then it's like, yeah, here you go. Here's your article improved. And then I was like, how does strip tags work with PHP? And I'm kind of, I know that...
You're just asking it so that it's like to see if it knows it's shit.
Aye, well, I knew that strip tags accepted an optional second argument, but I couldn't remember, you know.
Yeah.
But it gives me a full lesson. And then I'm like, please continue. So here's the rest of the example. It's just insane. And then I'm like, how would we write strip tags so that bold and italic are allowed? And it's like, to use the strip tags that allow certain HTML tags, you can pass the list of tags in the second argument. Here's your example. There you go. There you go. Cheers. Code and everything. Right?
Holy shit, man. I'm going to try this.
Oh, dude, you would not believe this thing. I got it doing. This was just one thing. Look at all of the work it was doing, right? And that's just PHP. It knows every frigging language to humanity. Like, you were asking about Trongate.
God, so you can just, like, I mean, listen, see, I bet you, like, I mean, this is even better than, you know, gherkin and cucumber.
What I've heard, and this is an unconfirmed rumour, right? I've heard that, and I'll tell you where I heard the rumour, just so you know. When I wake up, I say to the Google News thing, every morning I say, okay, Google, tell me the tech news, and it tells me the news for all technology sites, you know, and
9 p.m.
Oh, pardon.
That's my Google.
Oh, okay, Google, cancel. Apologies.
Sorry,
anyway,
I'm sorry.
Cancel. Okay, Google, cancel. I apologise for that. Anyway, according to that thing, the team at that company who have a letter G associated with them, they've been having emergency meetings over Christmas saying, what the fuck are we going to do about this? They are bricking it. Look,
wow.
You asked about Trongate, right? Watch, right? Check this. You watching, Derek?
Uh-huh.
What is the fastest PHP framework? There are several PHP frameworks that are known for their speed, such as Laravel. Now, that's just not true, as far as I'm concerned, right? CodeIgnite is a fair point, but there's other ones that are faster than that. Zend, I don't know about that. This is a bit of a boring response, right? Now, okay, fine. Nobody knows about Trongate. Fine. I'll just go get depressed. But check this out. What about Trongate? Trongate is a PHP micro framework that's designed to be fast and lightweight. It's built on top of the popular PHP micro framework Slim. What's this all about? Uses additional components. Trongate is designed to be easy. That's just no true. Overall, Trongate is a good choice for developers who want a fast. Well, at least it said something.
Yeah. Where did it get slim from, man?
Probably because I done some slim tutorials on YouTube. What about the Bone PHP framework?
Wow.
Ah, what's it called? Is it Bone MVC?
It's just Bone Framework.
Right, okay. Hang on. If you're looking for a fast, lightweight framework, you may want to consider Trongate. Yo! I'm on the map.
Where's that?
Now, check this out, right? Are you watching something here? Are you watching?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me the HTML and CSS for a web page that looks like the Google homepage? Certainly, here's the HTML, CSS. How crazy is that? Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Now, by the way, I ran this page. It's not going to have the Google logo. It's not
No, of
exact.
course it's not.
There's wee things that are misaligned and everything. But it takes you not too far from it. I mean, with 3 minutes of tweaking, you could basically, I had it. It gives you the same layout. You can do anything. I mean, even name a JavaScript thing that you'd like to do, you know? Typically.
A JavaScript thing that we'd like to do.
Yeah, so suppose we said something like, can you give me a JavaScript function that posts a username to the website URL http whatever.com/API. Fair enough.
Okay.
Certainly, here's a JavaScript function that can be used to do that. Look at this. Comments and everything. Check it out.
Man, this is blowing my mind.
It's totally insane.
Yeah, you guys are losing your jobs.
We're totally losing it. Do you remember that? Do you remember that encryption class that you got me that you did for me? Right?
Oh, the thing. Yeah. I remember that.
Check this conversation out. I said, please, did you see it?
No, go back to it.
Here it's here. Please write a PHP class with two methods, one for encrypting a string and a second method for decrypting a string. Look at the response, certainly. Here's a PHP class that includes two methods for encrypting and decrypting a string using the OpenSSL extension. Boom.
Okay.
In this class, look at this, right? In this class, you'd first need to instantiate it and provide a key for encryption, blah, blah, blah. Then you can use this and blah, and then you use decrypt. It's important to keep your key secret and all of that. Now, if you look at the class, it gives you a private key and a private IV, right? So,
yeah.
I was kind of like, okay.
Yeah, but you don't need to know that. That's beyond the. That's not a concern of the developer in question.
Do I not need to say key equals such and such?
No, that stuff's dealt with by the class.
No, but okay. See if I'm using this class. Should I not go to the top and say key equals such and such, or does that just generate it automatically?
Oh, look, the key's getting passed in the constructor.
Right. So, okay. But in the case of the Trongate framework, how would that work? Well, maybe I should just show you.
Like, can you bring up that class that we worked on? Well, I gave you a class and we tweaked it to fit in the framework, didn't we?
Aye, but maybe I can show you something. Here, do you see this encryption module? Do you see this encryption module here?
Give me a second. Yes. Right. Okay.
So this is basically the Google one that has been Trongate-ified, right?
What one is this? What Google one?
Oh, pardon me, not Google. This thing, right?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying though, like, is like we, I had one that I gave to you ages ago, and you
Aye,
were
I know,
using that.
I've got that somewhere as well, but
Well, I want to see what it looks like in comparison. Can we have a diff?
sure. Okay. So I'm a bit paranoid because I'm live streaming here and I don't like showing keys and stuff. Hold on.
Oh yeah, but
Like, do I need to do this? Because it's kind of a pain in the neck, you know? Yeah, I'm
Well, there's the class that actually takes in stuff and decrypts it and all that doesn't have any key or anything like that.
What do you call that? So that was your one, right?
No, doesn't look familiar because mine was like, was it?
Aye, that was yours.
No.
So with yours, you do this make key thing, and then you do encrypt and decrypt, right? That's yours. I mean, look at the comment.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. So go up to the constructor.
there is none,
The hell?
and I kind of like.
Oh, that. Right. Ah, yeah. Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So you've got your hard-coded key in there instead of passing it in. Right. Okay.
Right. So if I bring back the screen. Okay. So they've got this thing here, and I don't quite understand the role that that's playing, because what I figured is to get started, just use this to generate your own unique thing, and that's the way that your one worked, right? And they were hard-coded in, do you know what I mean?
So let me see what would that get started bit. That was my code. Are you saying? The highlight.
No, that was yours. Was actually called make key or something like that. So
yeah. You saying that's the same thing?
Pretty much, aye.
Oh, aye, okay. Except it's going into an array.
Aye, but that's just to make it display nicely, you know.
Yeah.
So if
I think I know this one on GitHub somewhere.
No, you won't have that. I mean, I tweaked it a wee bit, but basically it's just encryption, and then I called it get started. So it does that, right? Fair enough. Hello?
Yep, hold on, sorry, I'm coming back to your screen. Yes, right.
Right.
Yep.
Now, I'm kind of wondering, do we even need this?
Well, that's what sets the like. I mean, why do you want rid of that?
Oh,
man?
of course, I've totally got that.
That's a more optimized way. Like, I mean, what I was doing was like crap to do with arrays and stuff like that. They've got the key and the IV already like hashed and ready to work with.
Okay, so here's a wee key as Derek, right? I'm going to load up the encryption module. That's the one that was generated by that thing, right? Pardon me, that's not a key, that's a string, right? So there you go, right? So now I'm going to say encrypted string is this encryption, and I'm going to call encrypt and pass in the string.
Right.
So if I now echo this string, do a little BR, then echo the encrypted string, and head over to members/test. We now get that. Now, just to show you it going the other way, I'll say orig string, right? Is this encryption going to call decrypt? This time I'm going to pass in the encrypted string, and then we'll do a little HR, and then I'm going to echo orig string. Now, hang on a sec. Oh, hang on a minute. Pardon me. False? How can that be? Have you just broken something that cannot be broken?
What? Why? Like, well, what does decrypt do? Go to the decrypt function.
Oh, do you know what it is? It's because I've no done the get started thing. Do you know what I mean?
What's the get started thing?
Look, you have to do this. So you have to copy that, paste in. Then you have to go copy that, paste in. Now it's going to work.
Whoa.
Or is it?
I would not know that. No, because that gets overwritten on construct.
I had this working earlier on.
No, look at the constructor, man. Like, you're writing that stuff, so it doesn't matter what you set it as a default. You're writing over it in the constructor. Look, this key and this IV.
Aye.
So what's this get started thing, man? Look, that says use this to generate a random key in IV, but you don't want that. So you get rid of the get started. We've done that. It's happening in the constructor.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That params thing, was that taken from the previous class or so? Because it seems to be dealing in arrays rather than properties.
No, that was just some bullshit that...
Right,
frankly,
what's
it was
causing
just
that
something
get
that was
started?
added to make it look nice. I just don't know
Is
why
that-
it's...
Is that get started getting called anywhere?
No, it doesn't get called anywhere.
So if you delete that, right, and we can still reload the page and... Yeah, let me see what happens now.
Like this. Oh, hang on.
No, well, leave them in place, that's fine. I like the blank defaults, but like, yeah, the constructor deals with that anyway. Right, okay, we're still getting a false.
Right, hang on.
What?
Let's
And
get this
that
encrypt
AI
class
code?
back, right? So here is the thing in all of its glory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this. So class encryption extends Trongate.
Why does it need to extend Trongate? Is that just so? Is that how it becomes a module?
Well, I'm using the exactly.
Okay.
And it's still doing this false bullshit.
What happens if it stops extending it? I mean, I don't know, like just. Well, then it probably won't load.
No, it won't.
Yeah. I'm just.
Oh, it does. Oh,
Right.
fair enough.
You still get this.
I had this working. I don't get this. I don't get that at all.
Right. So where's that encryption getting called from? Go back to the controller.
16. Well, hang on a minute. Let me just echo. Let me echo this loading up key and we'll just see if it's doing something, you know.
Looks to be.
I actually asked it about that. If you looked. Because I was like, why is it producing strange characters like this? It says it's possible that you're encountering strange characters when using it because the function's returning binary data.
Yeah.
It says to avoid this, you can use binary to hex function, the binary to hex, which converts it. Alternatively, you can use that. I said, what's the best? It says they can both be used. Ultimately,
On your situation.
aye. So basically, where it says key equals this, we can chuck that in here, and then I think that was it. So if I now refresh this page, so there's my key now coming out. Now let me var dump this IV thing. var dump this calling upon IV.
I've just
Aye, so we do the same with the IV, except we change it to 16, like so. So that's the IV now, cool, and that is the key now, cool. So, what the heck? Is it expecting that to be 16?
it depends on the cipher you're using, I guess.
Hold on.
I've got mine here, by the way, as well, right? See if you go to the chat, I'll paste it in.
Key. Oh, do you know what it is?
What is it?
Hang on. I think that the key should be... Maybe that should be 16 characters. Or maybe...
Well, it depends on the encryption algorithm you're using, right? You've got SHA-256 there. However, below, and look, wait a minute, that was the AI bot suggestion. It said something about AES.
I've got it. The key should be 16.
Right, okay, cool.
The key should be 16. Don't know about the other one, mind you. Alright. No. Something doesn't like on line 12.
Can you go to, like, the link that I sent in Skype for a second? Because I want you to take, because that's my existing code. And you'll let it out. It's a wee bit different looking, but it does the same job. And I'm wondering, I'm really interested if you would say, optimize this class. What it would say.
Aye.
Right, but that's a thing that does the exact same job. If you can just like paste that in and extend Trongate, I want to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to chuck it in then, right?
Yeah, like
Alright.
Is it the same function names, encrypt and decrypt? Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So let's just say...
yeah, like right straight into the AI. I thought you were going to try it out.
Can you
right.
improve this function?
Holy shit, man, right.
There's nothing... You want something
thanks, Amadeus. I'll sort that shortly, man. Check this out, man. The AI is about to scrutinise my code.
Add hints for parameters and return types of the decrypt.
Right, okay. It's giving me a...
Add a check. If not, you
Yeah,
can
it's an old class. It
exception.
doesn't have type hints.
Consider a more secure cipher.
Yeah,
You're
like,
getting a kick in the balls, man. Error handling.
right, ask it now. Can you do all of the above?
Okay. Please do all of the above. Right? Sure. Here's a revised version with all the suggested improvements. That's insane.
Hold on. See if I send you the Git repo, right? Could you...
Fuck you, man. I'm getting it to do my framework. Don't you go... Don't you go stealing my employee of the month off me here.
How interesting would it be if you could say, listen, man, here's the repo, this is the file. Can you send a pull request? And then it'll be like, shit, I need to register an
Well,
account.
there's a wee problem though, and you might see that problem right now. And the problem is that you get about 15 seconds, and if it hasn't finished typing, it just stops, which is a real drag, you know? So you might see that it just stops here. Oh, you got it. Right, there you go. So here's your newly improved class, aye?
Holy shit! Can you paste me that?
Well, let's just look at it first. Settle down, settle down. And as the original author,
Ah, so you weren't interested in using my code. You wanted to use the instantly
well,
improved AI code.
exactly.
Man.
So
Love it.
let's go through it and see how you're feeling about it, right?
Get rid of the namespace.
Now,
And,
the first thing it's done, if we compare your original with it, right? So you use this AES 128 thing. It uses the same thing. I thought it was going to change that. It was gonna, wasn't it?
No, I would say that like it wouldn't know at the beginning. Well, maybe it would, man. Like that string is actually an algorithm or not, man. Like
Okay. Okay. Can you improve it by using something more secure than that, right? Fair enough. Yes. Here we go. Which is the same but with a longer key. Oh, 256.
Yeah, right, so that
Another
means
option
you
is to
just
use the
keep
cha-cha
pseudo
poly.
like
Check
so
this out.
the cha-cha 20 poly 1305 cipher.
Have you heard it?
No.
Well, you're
The
getting
cha-cha
it now.
20.
Check it out.
Here it is there we go, look. It's done the exact same thing. Look, all you need to do is look at the cipher length in the cipher. Like nothing else is going to change in this code here that it generates, if I'm correct here. So
Aye.
even if it bails out, man, like you've got the changes above.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
I am frightened for the future of my family.
Yep.
There's something else you can do, man.
Yes, but like yes, I can always play guitar on the streets, man.
Yeah. I think we're all heading to the streets after this shit. Aye, so there's an example of it ran out of time, but when that happens, you say, please continue. And then,
Or I can command and
then
conquer.
and then it continues like that. But we kind of lost it a wee bit there, didn't we?
Well, just like change the algorithm, change the cipher length, and then
Oh, hang
let's.
on. Aye, it's continuing from the decrypt part. Do you see that? So we did get a wee bit back there, so we can join them together. That's the one significant flaw. So let's just copy the new one here.
Hey, but you could explain to it that it's getting hey, our communications are being fucking timed out by moderators of the website.
Can I ask something else? What is a potential? No, hang on a second. Let me try this. What are the potential disadvantages from using the
Cha-cha 20 poly 1305 cipher?
There are a few potential disadvantages. It may not be supported by all devices or systems that need to be able to decrypt. So older devices that don't have hardware support, it may not.
It's a new encryption algorithm, man,
Right.
where like one side goes cha and the other side goes cha-cha. We don't know.
It's just
but
a beautiful answer, though, isn't it?
Like this AI is truly quite frightening.
Oh, it's incredible. I had it proofread things, and it was like, you done a spelling mistake there. I mean, it's incredible, And then, do you know how I had the first page of the docs on Trongate were basically like, all of the PHP stuff's shite. It's all shite. Fucking welcome to the revolution. And I got it to rewrite it, and it was like, whilst there are some benefits from using packages, and it was dead diplomatic, And I was like, holy moly, this is a whole new energy,
It redirected that energy in a positive and more convincing, like, come on, composer user.
Aye, exactly.
That's quite cool, man.
Totally mad, isn't it? So, look at this little beauty here. How you feeling about that one?
All right, man. And then
It's like catching you on your best day, you know.
Well, let me again get rid of the namespace and get it to extend Trongate, and then let's see what happens when we run it.
Let's do it. Because by the way, it's a shame we had that error. Let me show you what I got up to tonight. Check this. You know what's coming up?
What's happening?
I'm not even messing about. Straight onto the module market.
Whoa!
So, let's do this one then. It's the cha-cha, and here we go.
The cha-cha.
All right. So, we're going to say class encryption.
You've got class crypt. Just get rid of that line in line 4, extend Trongate. Ah, yeah, okay.
Aye, okay. Right, there we go, right?
Right.
Now, the thing is that we're going to have...
We're going to get an error saying we don't support the cha-cha-cha.
Ours is underscore encrypt and underscore decrypt, right?
Right, okay, that's fair news, man.
So
change that
I'll
to
just
fit
go
those
straight.
stuff.
I'll just go straight for the jugular then. And
I'm guessing it's going to say we do not fucking know the cha-cha-cha.
no, I think it's going to just be a PHP error.
Ah, look, you didn't change the...
I haven't refreshed. Array to string members 139. Let's have a look at that. So, encryption, encrypt. I'm passing in a string. Encryption. Where is it? Encrypt. Passing in a string. Oh, your one is returning an array. So let's just do a little var dump on encrypted string.
Yeah, but your .br in it as well.
Hang on, members 139 again. Ah, so I am. Why did I do a .br? That's why there was an error. That's why there was an error. Do you know
whole
that?
Time,
that was
you
the...
had a blooming return.
Aye, that was why there was an error. There was no fault. I've just needlessly improved something.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, can I swear on this live stream?
Aye, it's fine, don't worry.
This is live.
That's what was happening.
Even, man, it's a beautiful moment.
Yeah. So we've needlessly improved it. Derek, there's the cha-cha, and it's looking good. So the question is, how do we now? It's a shame that your encrypt returns all of that bullshit. Can you just return a string?
That's the thing, right? Like, let's change it then, because what I noticed see, look at my thing is returning the array with the key and the IV in it. Now, the point of doing that, like in old-fashioned land before AI, was like, because we were keeping that somewhere so that we could decrypt and get the same value back and stuff.
Yep. What was the point?
Like, well, if we lose, like, see how it's a random, right? In fact, actually, there's a good point.
Is it random every time? If I hit refresh, aye.
Right,
Holy moly.
Aye, but that's the thing, right? So in my class, I mean, because you wanted to have that shit returned because you might want to put it in a session because you might eventually want to decrypt something that was encrypted using those keys.
Oh, I see. So decrypt will only work if you pass in the bullshit, the full bullshit.
The full bullshit, man, right? So like that, like, you know, and like you need to keep that stuff if you're going to be jumping between pages and doing different shit. So you need that stuff,
Gotcha,
man. So,
gotcha.
You know,
Can I demonstrate the thing? Okay, cool. So what we are really looking for is this ciphertext then, right?
Well, basically, maybe you could ask AI then, right, to say, hey man, this function is really cool. It does everything that we need, but, and then tell it what the new conditions are, man, like, because this is it, man, like, you know, and that's why I mentioned Gherkin and Cucumber earlier on, right, because it's a form of management to programmer language.
Hang on a second. Is that the thing encrypted? Is that what it's given me for David?
Sorry, wasn't looking what.
Right, I'm just
Echo-
getting this encrypted string, right? It returns, can you see the screen?
Yep.
I'll make it bigger. So
Yeah,
this
yeah,
returns
sure.
a bunch of bullshit, right?
Aye.
There is the bunch of bullshit. Now,
Indeed.
I would have hoped for it just saying, here's your encrypted string, go home. Instead,
That's
it's
the
giving me the bullshit.
Oh yeah, but
So,
like,
the encrypted string is actually that thing then, right? Like that. That's my
Aye.
encrypted string, right?
that's the one. Aye.
Right.
But what you need to do then is either add a method that will return the key in the IV that you can store in the session or something like
Well,
that.
let's just try all of that, right? So if I go like this then, and I say original string is this encryption, and I know it's in reckless, but I'm just going to pass the encrypted string in. I kind of need to see it breaking, you know?
Well,
so-
what's going to break there? You're not doing it in the one action there, man. It's not going to lose focus of anything.
Well, let's just have that moment. So too few arguments, right? So it truly is bullshit.
Right, okay, what's the second argument?
So the first argument is a string. That looks like you need to pass in the bullshit. Okay, that kind of makes sense, actually.
Aye, no, is this not my one?
Aye, that's your one.
Aye, right, okay.
No, that
Yeah.
kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That kind of makes sense. And what's the key? What does the key represent for you?
Well, the key's the key used for decryption and stuff, man. You know,
Right,
like
got you. So how do we... Oh, shit. This
Like,
is
well,
the
like-
variable type, innit? So you're passing in a...
Look. the vibe is go back up to the encrypt function, right?
No, your comments have been quite clear here.
Right, what you want to do is when you get
Oh,
that,
shit. That's a call for France. Could you give me a second here? Hello?
that
Hi,
ringtone,
I'm
man,
doing great. How are you doing?
it's too.
Beautiful. Hello.
Eh? Ah, right, okay.
Stuff, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it to code review everything I write, man. I like my stuff's like, you know, it generated something pretty similar to what I wrote, like, you know, except it didn't think about sessions and stuff. I'd like to ask it. I'm gonna bog in and get an account for this thing. Oh man, we're live on YouTube and Dave has walked away and it's just us
Yeah.
sitting in our kitchen.
Hi
and
everyone. Hi internet.
Hello,
Yeah, it seems I'm just talking to myself yet again.
this is my neighbour Amadeus.
Hi, I'm the neighbor.
Yes, and hey man, they're broadcasting to the world. Now I have no idea how many people are watching or
Well,
anything.
maybe everybody is, you know. Maybe
you,
nobody is.
Do you have a message you want to tell
Yeah.
the universe?
Yeah. Hi. I'm saying hi to myself. I hope I'm doing fine. Even if my day is like not so great, still let's make this a better day from now on, you know. And tomorrow too, and after tomorrow too. But well, you know, you gotta take care of yourself, you know. Let's all go for that. You know, I think that's a good message to start with. Just yeah, do something what makes you feel alive. Can be cool times to some people. Gotta make yourself feel alive, so life is worth living. Yeah.
And oh yeah, and happy Christmas to everyone.
Yeah. Happy Christmas too. Yeah. I hope everybody has some good peace inside in this period.
And
Get the warmth fuzzled up.
not to mention new socks.
Oh yes. Well, old socks too. You know, all the socks, even no socks. It's when it's cold outside, it gets warm inside. You know how it goes.
On Christmas Eve, I was wearing odd socks.
Ooh.
On Christmas Day, I was wearing even socks. How good
Ooh.
is that? How good is that? Like, you know,
Yeah.
won't last long. Then it'll be odd sock. Like, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, socks are socks, huh? As long as they help you isolate yourself a bit, that's what matters, huh?
Insulate.
Insulate, yeah. That's true. It's both. It's the same word in a way, huh? Isolate is to get something.
Kind of,
separate.
yeah. Like, no, I've
Insulate
noticed.
is to
Yeah,
keep
but I've
yourself
noticed
separate.
everyone in Belgium says that, man, and I'm like, is it no insulate? And I'm like, I'm sure it's insulate, but yeah.
Well, I hope the internet has a really good day. Probably it will, you know. They all do. Don't watch too much cat videos and other weird stuff. Can get your brain a bit funky, but there's also some good stuff on the internet.
I think we have filled in sufficient airwaves. I can hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Airwaves, man. Your fans are probably going mental, thinking, "What the fuck are we listening to? This is bullshit."
We never paid for this, for these jokers.
This is live.
Yep. How many have we got here?
Was that
Oh, we
part
have
of it, I
some
guess?
people. Your key should be an environment for the project. That's a suggestion from Richard there. He says generate a random key once. Okay, and key per project. Step 1, generate a random key once. Step 2, use the private key to encrypt and decrypt. If you ever change your key and already stored, you must decrypt all previous entries. Okay, there you go. And hello from you, Gear is in the house. Nice to see you. Right, thanks.
I mentioned going on with different requests, etc.
Aye, your thing is a big bunch of bullshit.
Stick it in your settings file, man. That's what he said.
I know, but I'm trying to build a modular framework, you know.
Huh?
The whole his suggestion was cool. It may even be proper. I acknowledge the suggestion. I respect the suggestion.
Look, right, like,
But do you see what I'm trying to build? I'm trying to build an app store. And here it is. Right? And when the app store works, you just download the thing and it works. I don't really want people to have to do handstands and go into config folders and shit if they don't need to.
Is there not a way you can generate them a default, like, you know, on installation, generate them a value and slam it into their config? You know, I've seen things that will like say you've got a JSON.
Aye. You'd need to. I totally get that. You'd need to change the permissions. You know. Can I just show you? Let me just show you. I'm gonna just go.
You can either do it like
Right.
short-lived per like session, or you can do it per application, and like per application is fine.
Right.
You know,
Let me just show you. Right.
stick your key in the settings.
Aye, but okay. Watch. Okay. So I'm gonna go into this wee junk folder here and make a thing called realjunk.php, right? Right. So this was the one that I made, and as I look at it, I realise that it's got a few mistakes, right? This might have been a mistake from me, I don't know, but in any event, I think that this works, right? Now that was the one that I had, and now let me just say more junk.php, right? This is the one that
Get better, man.
yeah.
Like the fact that you've got files with these names, man, suggests to me that you need to use get branches better. And
Okay. See when people say I need to do something. See with the minute people say I need to do something, I do the fucking opposite thing, okay? That's just my personality. Don't tell me what I need to do. Right, okay. Right, in conclusion, everybody in the room is fucking Einstein except me. Now, can we carry on? I wanted to check this out. So,
Naturally.
this is my own encryption thing, right?
Okay.
that I did earlier on. I'd like to test it out with your permission. So if we go here, right, here we go. So I'm just gonna, of course, that was it. So I'm gonna just var dump encrypted string. It's gonna say it's a string, right? And everything's gonna be beautiful. And there you go. And now I'm gonna do a new line. We're gonna do a little HR. I'm gonna get the original string by saying that the original string is this encryption decrypt. And I'm going to pass in the encrypted string. Now it's going to show me the original string and it's all going to work fantastically. Right? I'll even get rid of this. And there you have it. I forgot. I'll tell you what I think's wrong with it in a second. Okay. So, there's our...
It's been encrypted in the same way.
Aye, so that's beautiful, right? The thing, what do I think's wrong with this? There's a couple of things wrong with it. One is...
I mean, this was based on a refactor.
Right, this is using the AES bullshit, right?
Oh,
I want to use the cha-cha thing, right?
Right, we'll change the SHA-2, like you've got hash.
Hold on, stay cool, stay cool. There's another more fundamental error. I don't entirely understand the interplay, if any, between these two things. In fact, no, it's this. I don't need this, don't I not?
No, you don't need to get started at all.
I don't need that at all. So is that it? That's it, innit?
Should be, aye.
Alright, okay. So, right, now we're talking, right, okay. Let me just save that. And I'm going to just say dcbetter.php because it's a wee bit better. So if I can do the cha-cha on this thing, it'll be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
So
Now,
here's that one, right?
Yeah.
Now, I wonder if we could combine them somehow.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, you know, yeah, but just try them first.
All right. So we're bringing your one in now, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. This is your one. We're going to go back to this members thing. And this time we'll do a little JSON on encrypted string because we know that that's going to be an array. There you go, right? So from this string here, we produce this array. That's what your one does. Okay? Hello?
Yeah. And it usually at that point I would like take key out of it and like, yeah, but like keep going.
Okay.
Hello?
I just thought of something. Right, okay. So the next thing that yours does then, of course, is if we want to decrypt, that would be something that we might want to do, right? Oh, pardon me. Go back to the original, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now going back, right, to the original one. Okay. Now, let's do a little die statement here. Make life simple and don't forget to smile. Okay, cool. So to go back to the original with this one of yours, we would say, help me out, Derek. Would it be something like this and then decrypt and then passing in? I'm going to guess this isn't really a string, this is an array you've got here. So it would appear that we pass in the encrypted array and then a second argument of what?
Of the key, the original key, because usually I would strip that out and like see how you've got key IV, the rest of it and stuff, man. I would take the key out of it.
Okay, let me just quickly.
So you could say enc array key.
Like that?
That may work.
Okay. So I'm going to just var dump orig. JSON must be of type string. Ah, right, okay. So let's just say here, this is a JSON string. And the JSON string is JSON encode of your encrypted array.
What is that function JSON?
There you go. Oh, I built it. It makes JSON display nicely.
Right, you're making echo, right? Okay, yeah.
Aye, so that's your one there, right? Now, that is kind of good. And I think
Yeah,
I've just realised what the benefits of yours are.
Now, when I'm using it, what I do though is you know, when you return that array, I strip the key off of the array, so as that, like, you know, if you're using it elsewhere. Do you know what I mean?
That is fucking brilliant, actually. That's brilliant. Can I show you? God, can I give you a 3.5 minute presentation? I want to show you what I'm working on and potentially do a collab.
What's happening now?
Did you hear about what happened to LastPass?
No, don't even know who they are.
LastPass is the world's #1 password handling software package. Everybody uses it. I'm astonished that you've not heard of it. Anyway, LastPass has been hacked. If you go to Google News, there's people watching this live stream who use LastPass, right? And this is really, really major news. So the hackers have stole the passwords 4 hours ago. Look at this, right? I use LastPass, right? And this has just happened. Its servers have been hacked. It's really, really heavy. And what should they do? There's no I mean, it's a nightmare, right? This is not.
Yeah, that looks heavy.
It's as heavy and as nuclear as you get. I've been using LastPass tonight, right? I use it all the time. And I went on Twitter. Everybody's freaking out, and it's just a totally heavy thing, right? So I figured I'm going to build a LastPass alternative, and I'm just going to make it the same as LastPass, but open source, you know? So I've spent 2 or 3 days working on it, and I'm really, really close to having it. I won't show you it, but take my word for it. It's, if pixel perfect is 100%, it's about 97%, you know?
How cool, man.
Aye, no, you trust me enough, I don't need to show you that, right? I've been live streaming. It was on yesterday's live streaming. So this is something that I'm planning on putting out there, and I'm planning on putting it out free of charge, right?
Okay.
So what I was thinking is your encryption module or class would be better suited for something like that, because
Just implemented it in your own stuff there, it's there, man, you know?
aye, because see, with your method, the key would basically be the user's, if it was LastPass, it would be their last password. Do you know what I mean?
It's, well, basically the...
So every user gets a unique key is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like, we don't need to know the implementation details of that. So long as it's unique and secure, man, then, like, you know, pass that in, and this stuff's going to work, can it, man? And you're going to have...
Okay, aye, that's cool. Okay, that's pretty cool. Anyway, I am planning on doing that. If you want to go do a collab or anything, let me know, right? I mean, I've pretty much got it nailed, and I don't really need any help, to be entirely honest with you. So don't think I'm giving a rat's ass here. I just thought I'd mention it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm busy though, man.
Good.
Like,
Thank you.
get into
Thank you for
my
being busy.
website
Thank you. Good.
I'm
Right,
trying
no,
to get
that's
back
good.
into my website, man, after
That's fine.
such a long
I think,
time.
do you agree then? I think your one is possibly better than the one I had, but it would be good if we could combine them.
I think they were both doing roughly the same job, were they not, man? They were just like, because I mean, wasn't your one in the first place a sort of changed version of that?
Kind of was, but your one generates.
Well, I remember when we did it, I said, "Well, look, here's mine. Let's
Your one
make
takes
this."
your one takes care of all the keys and all that automatically and returns them, right?
Yeah.
That's really good. I mean, I wonder if we could do two methods and have an advanced encrypt and a simple encrypt. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. I mean, other than just saying, "Hey, man, give me an encryption service. Here's my key, and thank you very much." And from there on, just saying encrypt and decrypt. There's no really much simpler than that, man. Why do you need to get advanced?
Because when people use this, they don't want, like, think about usability, right? Think about the guy who's been learning PHP for 3 weeks. He doesn't want to look up documentation about what the different arguments mean and whether the first argument is an array or an object. He doesn't want to know if you need to unset the key when you JSON encode the array. He just doesn't want to. All that person wants is a little function where they say encrypt and it returns an encrypted string, and decrypt and it decrypts it. That's the beginning, middle and end of what they want. Do you know what I mean?
And then all you're talking about is just like handling how to auto-instantiate through a bunch of settings somehow, man. And I'm sure you've got that nailed already, man, you know?
Aye. So I'm just wondering if I would like to combine the two of them, you know? And I'd like to combine them by either having an optional variable added, or, now hold on a second, see when we're calling it. Hold on. Nah, we're just passing in a string. So see if we had an optional variable, let's say of true, and on the other side we could have it saying return bullshit, and that one would run yours. But if you leave but if you leave out the return true, then it gives you mine.
What?
Look, both of our encryption things, they work, right? Let's start from basics. They work, right? Right. Both of them, to encrypt, they accept a string, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one that I've got returns an encrypted string. It accepts a string, returns a, right? Your one returns an array. So see if we did comma true, right?
No, Dave, don't pollute it with comma true, man, right? What to do is, like, well, yeah, okay, you could technically put comma true, but, like, I don't like mixing return types. I would just, like, have another method that just says, "Hey, man, just return the string from the result." So, like, say you had two encrypt methods.
Okay.
One that returns a string and one that does what I did.
Okay, why don't we put it to a vote in the room? Is that okay?
Oh, no, but
let's ask the room. You still need a key that does not change to do that. Richard, we should have brought him in. He knows what he's talking about, you know.
The key is put in the constructor, so you can put that in your settings in your Trongate. So, like, you know, that's fine. Or you can have one.
Or I could, or I could hard code it.
Or whatever, man. Like, I think that's not an issue. But more an implementation.
Having said that, I'm concerned because I don't think I'm passing in a key in the constructor.
Well, then your key is null.
Is it taking that as the key? What? How is that?
That's getting set in the constructor.
Right, but let me just try something, right? If I bring up mine again, give me a minute here. Forgive me.
I got to go to the toilet, man. I'll be back in a minute, man.
Right, it's okay. I'm going to just var dump the key. I certainly don't remember passing anything in, you know. Oh, look at that. Do you see what it's doing?
Sorry, I'm upstairs.
It's alright, it's alright.
Went to the toilet real fast.
I'm glad I checked that. Okay. So, the idea with this thing then is that we don't really want to do that. Ah, I see. Right, that's interesting. So, okay, that's fine. So that should presumably just go up here. What's the point in that being there? So if I go like that, it won't work. Ah, right, okay. So you need to do the fancy stuff inside the constructor. Okay, cool. So clearly my constructor's a problem, and I'm gonna have to set a key. Aye, that's right. Okay. That's cool. Are you there, Derek? Hello, Derek. Are you there? Well, let me know when he comes back. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, gee.
He's back.
All right. Can you hear me, Derek? Hello?
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, you can see this construct thing of mine here, right?
Right, you did pass the key in, yes?
I did. Well, look at this. If a var dump key, it's saying encryption. So for some reason, it's passing in the name of the module as the key, which is not what I want, right?
Right, well, it doesn't matter from now.
Well, it kind of does, because I want...
Imagine that's the setting coming from Trongate settings, PHP or something like that, man, right? Like, we can figure that stuff out later.
Okay, what if...
It's encrypting and decrypting as you want. What you want is the encrypt function, which will return an array, but then you want another function that says encrypt and return a string.
Right.
You know, like, so you,
There it's doing some base URL thing here.
doesn't matter what you use the key as, man. Like, it could be anything.
I could do it up here even, couldn't I? Because it's just a variable.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that.
Why not?
Because then everyone, it's the same key. Everyone can guess that key, man. It should be.
Aye, of course. Right enough. Right. Okay. Fine. Of course. Aye, that was it. You're right. That was a stupid moment. Why is it giving me an error here?
Just put in string key back into the constructor, man. Like, I know it's passing in encryption, but who cares, right? For the purposes of what we're trying to achieve, we don't care what the key is.
Okay, that's cool. Just checking something. No. So that's mine. Right, mine is now cool. Although I do need to figure out what the hell's going on with this key vibe, right? So just give me a minute.
Okay, listen a minute. You've just said this key is hash this key.
Aye, we'll figure it out. It's totally cool. Right, okay, so that's now sorted. Let's bring yours back.
No, it's...
Bringing it back. Oh,
All right,
wrong way. Oh shit, where the hell did yours go?
Look, just put...
This is yours. It's cool. Got it. This is yours. There it is, right? Cool.
Right, okay. With except it's doing the cha-cha-cha.
Aye, yours does the cha-cha-cha, which we like.
My code does the cha-cha-cha.
I like the cha-cha-cha.
The cha-cha. Like, not everyone has
Right, okay.
the knowledge of the cha-cha-cha.
Right, so... right, let's do a quick poll in the room, shall we? I do like doing polls and getting people's opinions here, right?
Well, what, to switch encryption algorithm?
Aye, Richard's saying you're hashing an empty string. Anyone can decrypt that. I know, we get that. We
spotted that.
Right. Okay, let's do a quick poll with the room. And the question is, for the encryption module, should we have actually 4 methods? Well, 2 ways of doing it. I know. Combine Derek and David's methods into one. I'm trying to just say into... I can't fit it in, right? Or should we have separate methods for Dell and DC's stuff, you know. And I am.
Or do I need to type into the chat box, man?
Well, let's just see what the room, right?
Yeah, okay, but what I'm going to say is, like, we can keep my array because it has all the information, and then we can have your method which calls my method and then just returns your key.
Hang on.
And that way you've got both functionality. You don't lose anything, and you have...
Well, let me just see how this goes down with him in case anybody's following along with this, right?
Well, listen, right. Amadeus and I are going to pop outside for 2 minutes to smoke a little bit of Amsterdam's finest here, man.
Okay, we're getting one vote saying have separate methods. Okay. But the see, are you there? He's gone.
Who's there?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Right, I'm going to respect the result of this vote, even if it's just one vote that comes in. I shall respect the result of the vote here.
Basically, you can call my shit. You get the full array, and then you just like narrow the array down and return the string.
But that's complicated for the guy that's been coding for 2 weeks, you know?
Well, like there's like decrypt and get the full shit, or just get decrypt and just give me the string.
Why
So,
don't...
I don't know.
Okay, so which one should be the default then?
Depends on your use case, man. Like, you know, because I had to save the key and shit, and then like take the key out of the array, and then give that other information into the session and stuff. Yeah, it depends. Depends on what you're doing with it. But
Got
like,
you.
If you just want the string and your keys already in there and stuff, like your thing can just call my thing and just return the array key, and like, you know, you don't lose anything that way.
Aye, I totally get that. Right, okay, that's cool. So just to go back, I'm gonna wrap this live stream up in a minute. So
Oh, yeah.
the OpenSSL random pseudo thing, that's fine. But the key is something that is going to have to get right. That's fine. Okay.
The key has to get passed into the constructor.
Aye.
You need to do that either in your controller and then get that key from a settings file or something like that.
Could I not pass the key into a method that calls it?
Or you could, if you want to create different keys for different people, then by all means you can create a table that has that. I don't know how you're going to handle that. That's a different concern. But yeah, the vibe is you just want to pass a key in on line 8 and then change line 9 to this key equals hash.
Okay.
*256, the key that you pass in on line 8.
That's cool. Does the key have to be any particular length?
Aye, do what you like with it, man. A SHA-256 is going to come out the same length. Just like yeah.
Okay. So if I make the key, say, a random 32 character thing, something like that, right?
Why not?
I actually asked the AI thing and it said 32 characters for the key. So it's fine. Right, I think I've got this figured out. I think I've completely got this figured out. So what's going to happen then is, in fact, I can build the thing in 5 minutes. Will I do it right now?
Yeah, cool, man. But listen, Amadeus is already waiting outside. I'm sitting holding this spliff here as he's freezing, and well, not freezing. It's not so cold tonight. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'm going to be away probably by the time you get back, but I'll quickly write this thing anyway, right?
Well, okay. Well, I'll be. Right.
Okay. So let's are you listening, Derek? Oh man. Right, okay. Anyway, I think that the room has voted wisely. Have separate methods. Okay. So what would be good names for these methods then? So we're going to have two different methods called encrypt. I might as well ask my AI friend here. let's do that. If I'm building a PHP class that has two different methods for encrypting strings and another two methods for decrypting strings, what would be good names for the methods? There are a few options. One option, descriptive word or phrases. Another option, encrypt string, decrypt string, yep. And include an additional parameter method to the signifier that specifies this will allow you to choose the same method with a clear indication as to which one it does. Ultimately, the best method will depend on the specific requirements of your application. Okay, so if we say, right, we've both got one that accepts a string. His one returns an array. My one returns a string. So when we decrypt, his one takes in a string and a key. My one takes in a string. So encrypt, decrypt. Okay, I'm going to give myself the short straw here. So my one is going to be called right, hold on. That's our cha-cha vibe, you know. So let me take out this bullshit. All right. So Derek and I use slightly different syntax because I'm doing a framework that is made for massive compatibility. I want this thing working with the oldest versions of PHP imaginable, which is the reason why I'm doing this, you know. So don't you go judging me. So we've got decrypt, we've got encrypt. Now generate random bytes. What does that return? A string. Okay. So I'm going to call that something like that. Alright, now I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, the comments are cool. So we do that, returns a result. Now let's have a look here. What is the purpose of options? Gonna need to look at that. Seems a bit mad. What is the purpose of that? So if I now go like, damn, encryption line 86. Ah, of course. Right, okay. Alright. That's cool. So that's us doing that. Now what we can do then is if we call encrypt, I really want to get rid of this bullshit.
Hey man,
Are you okay?
how are you getting on?
Aye, good. Good. So can you see the screen?
Aye.
Alright. So basically I'm going to combine the two of them, right?
Okay.
In this example, I'm encrypting this, and then I'm gonna var dump the whatever the result is, right?
Okay.
Alright. So I think we can definitely combine them here. So var dump encrypted result die statement. That's going to give an array. That's your method, right?
Okay. So
But-
if you make a method that gets that array,
Do you know, the thing is, well, okay, if we look at this thing here, right? That's calling encrypt. That's yours, okay? Syntax is a wee bit modified, but that's basically your one, right?
okay.
Now, the room said that they think we should have two methods. I would have actually done this and made an optional thing like that. Do you know what I mean?
It's up to yourself, man. But
Nah, if look, I'll respect the results of the vote. So, how do we do this then? Encrypt advanced or something?
Why don't you make a method called get encrypted string brackets plain text? Leave the existing one and just make a second one called get encrypted string,
Okay.
which takes in the plain text.
Okay.
Right, and
No, I think I should call it.
yeah, well, the naming is that's the difficult
I
part.
think it should be called encrypt string. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And I think it should return the cipher text.
Wait, you've got way too much code happening in this. Why don't you return this encrypt string and then just return the array key? Right, so you've got the original one that returns what's the original method called? That returns the
That's
array?
your one, right? Calling it encrypt, right? It returns an array.
Right, okay, so call this encrypt plain text result equals this.
Right, so here's the thing calling it, right? That's calling yours, right?
Right, and then
Right, so there's yours.
yeah, but you don't want to call mine. You want to call yours.
Right, so let's figure that one out, right?
Oh, so write an empty method. Give it whatever name you like.
Okay. I was going to call it encrypt string. Is that fair enough?
So long as it's not the same name, is that not what mine was called?
No, yours is just called encrypt.
Right, cool.
Okay. So encrypt str.
Yep, and it takes in a plain text. Right, so delete all of the body of that method.
But I like the cha-cha.
Yeah, but look, that is going to use the cha-cha. That's
Is it?
fine.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, so I'll delete that. Fair enough.
Right, tab in and then say this, or say return
Yep.
this encrypt
Oh, I see. Aye.
Right? And then after the brackets, put the square brackets in the key of a ciphertext.
Got you. So we put in the plain text. And then
Right,
what?
After that, no, like don't put any comma shit in. And then after the bracket, put square brackets
Yep.
as if you're accessing the array.
Got you.
And now the key that you want.
Got you.
Ciphertext.
Aye, right. I've got you. Okay. That's pretty good.
Right, one liner, man.
Aye. Very nice. Very nice.
So you retain features
Okay.
of the original method, and you've now got a really optimized one-liner.
Aye, that makes sense. Okay, let's have a look. Fatal error encryption.
Oh, what happened? Wait, where was all that?
Right, hang on. Let's just say, was okay. I'll call it enc array is this. Let's just give it a bit of breathing space here. So we're going to pass in the plain text, right? Now let me just var dump this enc array here. This should be okay, right?
And then if it has a ciphertext, then like.
Oh, we're still getting this bullshit here.
That code was fine, man. Put that back.
Why would that break it? Oh, I've called it self. It should be called encrypt. Forgive me. That's it there. We had it. Right, we had it. I should have just called encrypt, not encrypt string. It was looping over itself. There you go. Okay. Are we feeling good?
All good, man.
Calling Derek.
I'm here, man. I'm here.
Right, that's cool. So, your one is called decrypt and it works just fine. We've tested it. It's good, right? My one is going to be called decrypt str, okay? And that one is going to take in the encrypted string. I'll change the string in text later on, right? Encrypted string. So it's going to take that and then it's going to return the plain text. In order to do that, though, it's going to need to have a modified. Are you there, Derek?
I'm here. I'm just coming.
One of the questions I had for you was why have you got options everywhere if it's at 0? What's the point of this? What's the point of this options thing here? It never changes or anything.
Yeah, if you look up, go back down to the line where that's called.
Yep.
Right, so if you go to the PHP web page of OpenSSL Encrypt, it'll explain what that does.
Right. I don't really want to. Do you know off the top of your head? I mean, is there a hypothetical?
No, I would have to look it up. That's why I'm saying, man, like, you know.
Okay.
It's there and that works.
Right, we won't mess with it. That's fine. That's fine. Could you help me with this decrypt string thing then, right?
Right,
So
that line's fine.
I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna need to build a make ran string function or something like that they set up, you know.
What?
Okay, the thing that you've got, right, has got a kind of flexible key, right? Fair enough?
Yeah.
So when you call yours, it does the encryption and then it returns a bunch of stuff. Among it is a sort of key and it says, here's how I got there. Fair enough?
Yeah.
The method that I've got, this simple method, if you pass a string, you get a string, that's going to have a key probably hard-coded somewhere, right? Aye. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, in the settings.
Aye.
Like the one that gets done in the constructor.
No, forget about settings and constructors and all of that. I can just... we did this previously. You'll remember that we made a thing called make random string. Remember all that?
Yeah. Pseudo random bytes, man.
So why not just do that then? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, is that not happening on line 19 there. You're generating random bytes.
Aye. So when somebody is setting this thing up, right, we should have we need a key. Oh, fuck. Derek, fuck this. Right, I'm going to head. Fucking phone's going non-stop. Derek, God bless you. I'll talk to you tomorrow, right?
Okay, good man.
Right, appreciate it. Right, thanks, folks. Cheerio now, cheerio. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. That was the best night of my whole life. Cheers.